Gracia Seeley. Oh, down there. Awesome. Thank you.
This is next, I assume. All right. Thank you for having us. We're really glad to be here to talk to you about the needs assessment that we did for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Commission.
Thank you.
I'm here from Corona Insights. We have been around for 25 years in the metro area and are a firm of about 12. We provide community research, evaluation, and strategic consulting services to primarily local government and nonprofit organizations to help understand community needs and other ways that our clients can help do more good for more people. The three of us here tonight are the primary project team that worked on this. Several of our other staff did as well, especially to the extent that we had some overlap with the senior needs assessment that was happening concurrently. I'm Beth Mulligan. I'm a principal of the firm. I've been with Corona for 18 years. I was the project manager here and did a lot of the interviews. I'm here tonight with Matt Bruce. He's also a principal of the firm and has worked with us for 12 years. Matt did a lot of our community research. And Gracia Seeley is a senior associate of our firm. She's been with us for 2 years, and she did a lot of the case study work. So we were hired at the end of 2022, and most of this work was done kind of in the first quarter of 2023. We started work by forming an advisory subcommittee on the DEI Commission to kind of talk about what they saw as the needs for this work, and then we met with everybody on City Council at the time to talk about their goals for this effort. From that process, we basically came up with kind of two separate tracks of work that we did. So the first was research focused on illuminating the diversity of the city and disparities therein. And then the second part was just focused on what the commission needs to sort of expand the impact of their work. So we did this through a variety of steps. We had a kickoff meeting with the DEI Commission. We met with the city's internal DEI team. We interviewed council members, we interviewed the DEI Commission members, we had meetings with a few other key informants throughout, and then we did a lot of secondary data analysis of community data and mapping to kind of look at demographics within the community, and we did case studies of DEI commissions and other municipalities to kind of look at best practices and how other groups were operating. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Matt, who's going to talk a little bit about the community profile.
Great, thanks. Yeah, we're going to do a real quick review of the demographic analysis that Beth talked about. So first, here's a quick map. You see change over time in Commerce City. Commerce City was about 17,000 people for the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and then grew quickly in the aughts and 2010s to about 68,000 residents today. And most of our demographic analysis looked at disparity. And how disparities manifest. And so here's our definition of disparity that we used in this research, which is it's a difference. Disparity is a particular type of difference that's closely linked with disadvantage, and that disadvantage can manifest socially, economically, and environmentally. Disparities definitely have an adversely affect groups of people who have systematically experienced greater obstacles based on their characteristics that are historically linked to discrimination and exclusion. You can see those up here on the right. So these are some of the topics that we looked at. And as a very quick summary, what we found was obviously Commerce City is a very diverse place. We've worked with Commerce City for many years, and we know that. We have people of all races and ethnicities living throughout the city. But we also know there's some strong patterns, and we used a geographic lens to see that. We know that residents in the northern part of the city are predominantly white. Residents in the southern part of the city are predominantly Hispanic. We know that disparities exist, and we found that in our analysis where we looked at Commerce City compared to your peer communities, specifically looking at the northern neighborhoods, all your peer communities, and southern neighborhoods. And we see those disparities again and again in that analysis. What it reveals is that residents in southern Commerce City may need different types of programs or support in order to be well and thrive in the community. And it also illustrates that disparities by race, socioeconomic status, other characteristics historically linked to exclusion and discrimination are likely reflected in that same geography. So now I'll pass it on over to Gracia to discuss the commission needs.
Okay, hello. Okay, so talking about sort of the profile of the city, the things that we know based on census data and, again, our experience working here. Now we're going to turn to the Commerce City DEI Commission needs. So this was taken from the bylaws of the DEI Commission. This was amended in early 2022. So the purpose of the DEI Commission as it stands right now is to serve as a resource for city government and the community by providing information, education, and communication that facilitates a better understanding of DEI needs. Specifically, their role is to advise the city council and the city manager. So that is the relationship that is put forth in the bylaws. Another way of looking at it here is, again, within this org chart of Commerce City, we have the boards and commissions that are all working sort of on different issues throughout the city. And again, the purpose of the DEI Commission is specifically to advise the mayor and the city council. As a refresh, this commission was created in 2020. It's composed of 13 volunteer members, and it has established codified bylaws. I also included the DEI Commission mission statement, but for the purposes of time, we're going to keep going. So as Beth mentioned, we conducted a lot of interviews for this research, and we started with what the city council would like from the commission. As another reminder, this research was conducted in about the first quarter of 2023. But the first thing that was mentioned was that the city council would like for the commission to define the scope and the roles for itself, to be able to focus actionable agenda items on how decisions made throughout the city, whether by other boards and commissions or by the city manager's office, can have an impact on underrepresented populations. They want to avoid overlap with other boards and commissions. Specifically, there's some potential for that, specifically with the Cultural Council. And they want the commission to clearly define roles for the members, the commission chair, again, as a facilitator, not a gatekeeper, the liaison, all of these different moving parts within the commission. Next, the city council would like for the commission to collaborate with other boards and commissions. Obviously, DEI is broad sort of umbrella themes that can be woven throughout all sorts of different city efforts, and the DEI Commission should be able to interact with other commissions and inform their work. The liaison, the DEI Commission liaison, should also be empowered to go between various commission chairs and facilitate greater synergy. Finally, the city council would like the commission to advise the city council and the city manager, which again is within its codified bylaws. The liaison could use other cities' DEI commissions as examples for how this advice and advising could look, how it could function. And the DEI commission should receive update reports from the city manager on what the city's internal DEI team is spearheading, kind of keeping up to date with the goings on. So the next thing that we did with our research is we asked then the commissioners, what would you like? What would be helpful for you to be able to do your job better? And for this, we have 5 sort of buckets here. The first is understanding the expectations from the city. The council or the commissioners want guidance and support, more strategic direction and alignment with the city's priorities. They want their job to be clearly defined. Next is onboarding and training. The commissioners would like to have initial and yet also ongoing training on DEI specific topics, on how the city works, on the language used in these arenas, and how they can be integrated within the community at large. They would also like to see collaboration with other boards and commissions, much like the city council said. The commission members would like to have a general overview of all of the city's boards and commissions to better understand how DEI could be integrated within each, but also understanding that this should be able to fit within their already prescribed volunteer hours without, being expected maybe to attend all other board meetings. Going off of that, coordination with the city council and the city manager, commission members would like a process of getting information about what's going on, whether from other boards or from the city council and the city managers. A streamlined process that doesn't end up putting a ton of work on one person or commission's plate. Finally, team building. Commission members wanted the commission to have a shared vision and a shared mission rather than a group that's composed of individuals fighting for their own sides. There's a desire for clear expectations for attendance and general participation as well. So based on this, and again, some secondary research and case studies, we sort of define the elements for success for the DEI Commission to have as great of an impact as possible. It starts with DEI principles. Again, the commission members each need to have a deep and shared understanding of these principles. What do we mean when we say diversity? What does equity and inclusion look like? These are the kinds of things that should be established from the get-go. Next, commission members need a clear understanding of both the structure and roles in the city government, including other boards and commissions, and a process for staying informed of these agenda items that come before different governmental bodies. So sort of a baseline understanding of city government. Remember, these are volunteers. They may not come in with a already very robust understanding of the inner workings of these processes. Next, the connection with the community. The commission needs to be able to sort of keep its finger on the pulse of the community and couple an understanding of the community's characteristics with pathways of open communication. So sort of understanding and defining the relationship between these commission members and the city population that they are serving. Finally, a culture of teamwork. The commission needs to develop a culture based on trust and respect for one another and a shared mission, as in we are all working together for the betterment of the city rather than advocating for our own interests or projects. So, to break it down, our key findings: specific and robust DEI training is necessary for a successful board. We have to have shared understanding. This training can happen internally or externally, but it should be provided by the city government, as this is a city board. Next, understanding the relationship between the commission and the city population is crucial to the understanding how this commission will function. And again, there is not necessarily a right or wrong answer here, but it needs to be clearly defined. Are you a liaison between the population and the greater city powers, or are you representing different groups from the community, etc.? Next, cooperation and a general culture of teamwork are important for any DEI commission. Board members, again, should see themselves as working together to apply these shared principles to a variety of situations. Understanding the city's diversity and the specific challenges that different parts of the community face is a dynamic and ongoing process. The commission will never necessarily be completed with understanding the ins and outs of the city. But this understanding will deepen as the board becomes more established and visible within Commerce City. And finally, the City Council would like the commission to focus actionable agenda items on how decisions made at the city level can trickle down and impact these underrepresented populations in the communities. Again, many ways to achieve this, but the idea of having specific inputs and specific outputs for this commission is going to be crucial for its success. So, I know that was a lot of information, but now we have time for questions.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the presentation. With your team. Any council members have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you all for the presentation and really appreciate it. So you came in as consultants to do an analysis. Now that you have done that, will you be working with this commission going forward, or what are your, or are you just making recommendations on where they are now and what they should be doing? So I'm just trying to clarify your role in all of this.
Yeah, no, this was the full scope of our work, was to do the assessment and kind of try to understand what was needed to help get the commission functioning better, or what, what sort of ideas we could put out there for their next steps. But those next steps were not part of our scope of work.
So what did you leave them with then?
We met with them, we had an advisory commission within the group to make sure they were kind of ready to move forward when we left, and we presented the longer version of this deck to them and talked them through some more of the findings around case studies from other communities, and provided examples of what this might look like and what this looks like in other places, and things that they could use to sort of move forward. But it was essentially on them to figure out, I think, how that was going to play out. And obviously, we offered to come present to City Council, which we are finally getting the opportunity to do.
So did you leave them with any recommendations?
Yeah, per, I think, a lot of the things in the last deck of the report, we had, in addition to this, several slides about what example meeting agendas might look like, how you might want to structure ways to be gathering input at your meetings, and then ways to be making decisions or weighing in on issues before the commission, or things, but how to kind of divide up the time in your allotted meetings to doing both learning activities and also recommendation and kind of policy level activities. Yeah.
And while you were interacting with the commission, did you see changes within the commission? Did you work with them for 2 years? Was that?
No. Our whole engagement was basically from like December through April
Of this year?
of 2023. We wrapped up at the end of April 2023, so it's been about a year and a half. My understanding is that several of the commission members signed up for Civic Academy. One of our big recommendations was that the commission members would really benefit from having a deeper understanding of how community government works and what levers are available and who pulls which levers, and those kinds of things. And so we had recommended that Commerce City's Civic Academy program, which is like an 8-week offering of the city, I don't know how many times a year, but that would be one way to get that information. And my understanding is several of the commission members signed up and took Civic Academy after that. But yeah, I'm not honestly sure.
Okay. So you worked with them from December of 2023, so the very last part of 2023 through April
No.
2024?
Before December of 2022 through April of 2023. This work has been wrapped up for about 18 months, 20.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you so much for this information. I have a couple quick questions.
You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
You're still on mute.
Nope. Can you hear me?
No, we still can't hear you. Would you like to, why don't you sign back in and see if that works? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really interesting, and your findings are really interesting as well. I think that where I'm left at the moment, reading through the presentation before this and also listening to all of you, is that the diversity, inclusion, and equity, DEI, mix that up, have been without the direction from City Council that they asked for 18 months ago. That was pretty clear in your report, that they wanted direction, that they wanted training. I appreciate that you suggested the Civic Academy to them, but I think they were also thinking about DEI training.
Yes.
The interaction with other boards and commissions. All of that is critical. This, as you noted, is a fairly young board and commission. It was approved in 2020. The champion for this commission is no longer on the city council, but that doesn't mean it doesn't matter to everyone. And I am disappointed that it didn't come on our agenda for 18 months. I have asked about it, but it hadn't come. So I think I would like to ask the liaison a question. How has the DEI Commission been functioning in the past 18 months after reading these key findings? What have you recommended? What have they been doing? Have they implemented any of this on their own? How can we be a better help now?
Yeah, thank you. We have taken advised parts of implementing into our agenda learning opportunities, as well as a moment for staff to report what's happening on the DEI team internally, things that are happening internally to kind of work together and find opportunities for partnership. We've also, with the addition of Juneteenth as our special event and organizing different annual calendar events, been able to do more outreach into the community and talk with community members and gather data and information that way as well. And that has also provided more opportunities of partnership with boards and commissions. We've also put a lot of focus towards the proclamations and bringing proclamations for City Council. So that's been a big effort on our behalf. We have started doing bigger annual retreats, planning retreats, and as of, excuse me, in 2024, we now have 11 members, and 9 of those 11 members have joined us in this past year. So we're really excited about the new efforts that will bring, that the longevity of this group of the DEI Commission members will be with us for a very long period of time. So we're excited at what potential that could bring as well. But those annual planning retreats have brought very specific goals and work plans of how to move those initiatives and work forward, including gathering resources that we can share out to the community, and just being more present in our outreach efforts.
Have you received the same $12,500 that
Yes.
all boards and commissions get?
We have, yes.
Okay, and have you used any of that for, say, training to hire someone to help?
We have not used that for training. We have brought in speakers to our DEI Commission meetings to offer those opportunities, but it hasn't hit the DEI Commission budget. We've spent that on Juneteenth primarily and those community outreach efforts.
Okay. And of course, it wouldn't just be Juneteenth, it might be Hispanic
Absolutely.
Heritage Month,
Absolutely, yes.
other LGBTQ plus issues as well. I mean, there's a lot of
Yes.
things that it could be dealing with.
Yes, and we've been present in those ways. I just mentioned Juneteenth because that's the DEI Commission's staple event, but we are very present in those other events that you mentioned as well.
And finally, I know the city, as you've mentioned, does have a DEI team. Are they trained? And if they were trained, then maybe their trainer could be the DEI trainer as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I am on the internal DEI team as well, so I can absolutely bridge that partnership there.
Okay. Then what is it that we need to do, Mr. Rogers, to ensure that this commission knows that they matter to us?
I think that's a good question, ma'am. I think you have, in the past, with other boards and commissions, afforded an opportunity to be able to have I'm gonna call it joint retreats, but opportunities for them to come before you at study sessions, come before you in other capacities, for you to be able to share expectations and vice versa. To your point, this is a very new committee that was started at the end of 2022, getting its feet underneath of itself with 2023, and is trying to make some strides, both internal to the organization and externally to the community. So I think having more frequent touch points with you all, just because of the cultural opportunities for how it can be operationalized and help to create some broader social norms, I think is probably a key opportunity, a key strategy for you all as a recommendation, not captured within this. I think one of the things that stood out from the assessment is being able to give some clear guidance and direction as it pertains to that mission and charge and what that mission and charge may lead into from policy guidance and leadership through your capacities and roles as it affects, once again, things that may translate into operations or things that may affect into the broader community. What I mean by that, right? You all make policies, you all make regulations. My job to go take that, translate that into actionable targets and milestones, right? Having that feed into your debate and your thought process, I think is one thing right now that does not happen on a regular basis because it's not structured as such through our current construction of the municipal code and other standing policies. So there's an opportunity there. So
I think I actually count considerably on Councilmember Chacon to bring forward issues like that on a regular basis. And I'm not interested in correcting, but I just do want to emphasize that it was approved in 2020, not 2022. So it's about 4 years old now. And we can't vote on anything tonight, but I hope that other people who are here will also endorse our support for DEI and the commission and apologize for not having a greater understanding earlier about the problems that it was facing, the obstacles it was facing, and the help that it was seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon, try it one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, DEI Commission. The few times that I've been able to join, you guys are impressive. I thank you also for this information. A couple quick questions that I have, and I would like to see if we could help support you on, is do you have a resource list of organizations that might be able to already help? You said that we do have such a diverse population. Is there a way that you know who is the diverse population? One issue that I ran into this year was we had a constituent that was not a Spanish speaker. He was an indigenous speaker from Mexico, from South America, I believe, actually. And we could not find a translator to help him through the indigenous communities here or the Spanish-speaking community. So do we know who, when we talk about diverse population, is here? That way we can build those resource lists, knowing where those supporting orgs are, knowing where supporting trainings are for you too, for each population. And then also, how can we work with you to provide the duality of direct action to certain communities and then also policy exchanges, information of knowing when certain community members in those DICs can testify. Like right now, there's a Title V permit for Sunport that's affecting a lot of our constituency. If they're interested in testifying, how can we exchange that kind of information too?
Yeah, thank you. In regards to your first question, we actually have set up in place for the DEI Commission different subcommittees. So we have a subcommittee this year specifically working on the resource list and gathering resources and organizing it in the way that you mentioned. So I'm really optimistic about what that could bring in this in the next year. And then we also have a legislative subcommittee. So they're focusing on policies that are coming through, how they can connect with different policymakers and all of those things come before you. So I think in terms of how that can get to us, could be, through the liaison, through you and Councilmember Kim, if you're able to attend meetings, just any of those conduit ways, I'm happy to relay or be a part of, just so the commission can be a part of it.
Thank you. And also, if there's any language barriers still too, I know that community has, just for information access, making sure it's still in Spanish or the language of their choice, things like that, that I would love to help really collaborate on.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So I have just a couple of questions. When we think about the findings, one of the key things that's highlighted is education and housing disparities. Can you kind of share more on what you heard or what you're seeing, especially in housing disparities and education?
Actually, I might let Matt take that one.
Sure. Yeah. So part of the demographic analysis included looking at Commerce City split into two groups. So neighborhoods on the northern side of Commerce City and those on the south. And then also looking at your peer communities. So City of Thornton, North Glen, Brighton, and unincorporated Commerce City across education. So then we started looking at census data, which looks at or allows us to see things like education level, home ownership, year of home built, and a handful of other demographics. And we saw on all of those cases, among other disparities, we saw that the levels of education were higher or highest out of all of those different groups in the northern neighborhoods, and then your peer communities, and then lowest in the southern neighborhoods. Same thing with home ownership. It was highest in the neighborhoods of Commerce City. All of your peer communities and Colorado statewide were all then in the middle, and then lowest levels of home ownership were in the southern neighborhoods. Same thing with year built. Most recent in the north, least recent in the southern neighborhoods.
Can you explain why that's the disparity? So the home, like, what does that mean? I guess, can you explain that to everyone? Why is that important?
Yeah, we kind of talked about the definition here. It's a difference. It means that there is this difference, but it's not just, okay, there's these two differences. There's this differences based on disadvantage, especially as it's related to oppression, restrictions, and that it manifests in these ways, such as having lower education, and that can maybe lead to things like having less opportunity to be able to put in some more insulation in your house. So you then have kind of some environmental disparity that can kind of lead into it. So it's these differences that impact people's lives can often make it more challenging, and then again that challenge or that disadvantage kind of leads into more challenges.
And thank you. And as you look at the finding, Darren, when you did the data and you looked at the data in research,
Yes.
did you get into the point where you started thinking about how to operationalize outside of DEI training? It makes sense, but did you guys? Is that your consultancy to think about how do you begin to operationalize some of these some of these challenges, so it's not just conversation, or is that someone else that would do that?
Yeah, I don't think that was as much part of the kind of scope for this work, but we definitely had these two parts where, one, we were looking at what does diversity, what does inclusion, what does equity look like in the community, and how can we explore that? And census data was one of those ways. We did use and look at some other data besides census data, such as looking at jobs, voting, and so on. But that was kind of the first part, and then the second part was hearing from the council and the DEI commission to see what were they needing, and helping ensure that communication was going back and forth.
Yeah.
That's kind of the main point of our assessment.
Okay.
We don't specialize we're not a DEI consultancy. That's not where we specialize. We're a market
Yeah.
research firm. And so that's kind of where we stopped.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. Is there any commissioners here on the DEI commission I'll be curious to hear, like, if anyone wants to share their experience or what's needed for anybody else.
We do have one commission member here, Dina Hall.
If, I'd love to hear from you. I mean, you live in this firsthand. If you have any thoughts or suggestions as well, or just thinking through, because this report, the key findings make sense. You know, it's a data-driven, but what are your thoughts? And
Well, good evening. I've only been on the commission since September. Yeah, September. So I've been to 2 meetings. I can definitely see that we do need some guidelines to figure out like exactly what we're doing. It seems a little bit up in the air as to what our purpose really is. And so just kind of being new to the commission, I can see that we definitely need more guidance in what is expected of us. I'm also on the Cultural Council, and it's more structured as to exactly what we're working on and then what we're bringing in to do new. But with DEI, the Juneteenth project is one of the big things that we're working on. But other than that, I feel like we're kind of grasping at straws, trying to be relevant and how we're going to be supportive in the community.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question thank you again for last minute, coming up in the last minute. Just question for you. When we often talk about the D and the I part of it. Did you guys dive into the inclusion? And I guess I'm asking about that when you think about housing disparities and education specifically. Like, what are people saying about feeling included into the city or inclusion practices? Or is that not, and tell me if that's not your role. I'm fine with that if that's not your role.
Yeah, our role is a little adjacent, maybe. So, I see what you're asking about. But I think we were not so much going out into the community and saying, what are your needs? Like,
Yeah.
we were trying to sort of say, okay, here's what generally the diversity of the community looks like. This is where you have disparities. And in particular, the thing that just jumps out when you start looking at any data about Commerce City is just this gulf between the south side of the city and the north side of the city. And so kind of just showing that the disparities in all of these variables kind of align with geography. So essentially, when you're thinking about DEI in Commerce City, you sort of have to think about geography. I think maybe more to your point is we were trying to, I think, look at the commission and figure out how can they play a role to bring the voice of the community? How can they, like when issues of education would impact some decision that is being made by the council or by another commission or something, how then could the DEI commission be a voice for the community? And so I think a lot of our reporting around thinking about what is the relationship between the commission members and the community, and just how that isn't clear, that it seems in part the commission was selected to be itself diverse, but not so diverse and in a way, it sets them up to think they're supposed to represent the communities, but no one person really wants to be in that position to have to speak on behalf of everyone who's like them in some way.
Yeah.
And that really you need some kind of liaison model where it's more their role to figure out how to hear from the community and then how to figure out, who do we need to hear from, who might be impacted, and can we go learn about them more? How do we understand what decisions are facing the community and then go learn what we need to learn in order to make sort of recommendations about what we as a city could do to make a decision that's more equitable and more inclusive. Or promotes diversity, and so I think it wasn't so much that we were trying to understand, how do you fix these things or what are the roles, but how does the commission kind of plug that gap sort of, or be that puzzle piece
Yeah,
to
yeah.
figure out,
Thank you so much. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yes. I got one question here on the underrepresented part. I would like to know which group is underrepresented and who's responsible for that. Is it the city council as a whole, or is it the city of Commerce City, or is it city management?
Well, I think underrepresented is always with respect to what, so if you're looking at for example, like your employees in the city, you can say what percentage of our broader community is, people of color,
Underrepresented.
or women, or, what have you. And then ask, do our employee population look the same or different? And if it's different, you've got somebody underrepresented and somebody overrepresented, but it's always kind of, relative to the community and then relative to what body. So you could ask whether is our city council itself representative? Is our city government as a whole representative? I don't have numbers on specifically what the demographics are of the city bodies. And I think the internal DEI team has done a lot of work on more of the HR side of DEI, is my understanding, which is kind of does our city staff, for example, reflect the diversity of our community?
Okay, I think my question was which group is underrepresented and who's responsible for it?
Underrepresented where?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I keep on hearing that we have these groups that are underrepresented in Commerce City. And that's what I'm asking is which group is it? And how are they underrepresented?
Well, for example, the population of Commerce City is pretty heavily Hispanic. My guess is that you do not have a proportionate representation of Hispanics on your city council. So in that regard, you might be underrepresenting the Hispanic population in your leadership. I don't know for sure, but that's how I would answer that question, is to basically pull the percentages and check. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
I'd actually dropped out of the queue, but I'll drop back in again. So, Dana, thank you so much for coming forward to give your assessment of where you see this commission. And thank you so much for serving on the Cultural Council as well. I noticed that when we did our mural selections, that was one of the things that came into play. We wanted to make sure that the murals that we chose reflected the community and the diversity here. So we were very aware of that. But I think you hit it on the head with not knowing exactly the direction, or, and I hate to use the word purpose. I don't think that's probably the right word either. But I think what we need to do is maybe do some brainstorming so that people who are involved in this commission feels like they have a feeling that they're taking action and they're getting something done in a direction that's serving the community, developing leadership within the commission, and building the community itself, if that all makes sense. So I think that we probably need to do a little bit more, and that's why I was asking what your recommendations were, because it's like we're in this place where it's been a commission for 4 years, but where do we go from here, and how do we do something that's really meaningful? So if that helps in just thinking that we're in this place, but now we need to take the next step in moving it up a notch, and then more notches as we go along. So I just love the fact that we still have this after 4 years, and it has grown into something that is meaningful, and I want to see it continue on. And I must say, I sit on the interview committee for the boards and commissions, and I would say that these are the most diverse boards and commissions that we've ever had, where people feel like they want to take on a leadership role, and that they're deserving of it, and they're as capable as anyone else. So thank you for everything that you've done with this and all of your hard work, Melissa. So, and thank you for coming tonight, Dina, and coming up to the podium.
Yes, I want to thank everybody for coming forward. Thank you for the presentation. And as far as DEI, coming into their own, there's a lot of barriers at first. And the Juneteenth celebration has been really grown in the last couple of years. But there's other things that I could see DEI being integrated in as well. As you see, things are going forward in some areas around the country are taking that away. So for us to maintain our DEI identity is very important to Commerce City. So a lot of things have been said, I won't repeat. But again, I do appreciate, Melissa, for your leadership. Thank you for the study. Even though it's dated, it still provides a lot of benefit, a lot of great information. And then thanks for the DEI Commission representative here tonight for coming forward and voicing your opinion. I really appreciate that. So thanks again. All right. Okay, now we'll go to joint meeting with the Durban Review Board. I will invite Terrence Ware, Urban Renewal Authority Director, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I believe there are members of the Derby Design Review Board here in the audience this evening, as well as some business members that we met with last Friday in a sort of impromptu meeting. So I don't know if those board members could raise their hands to see if they're here. Okay. So I'd hope this would be more of a conversation than a presentation. So I'm going to run through slides, but really I'm hoping that to garner and get discussion and comments from City Council on a path forward for planning efforts, economic development efforts, and activities in the Derby area. There? Oh, thank you. Okay. Thanks, Dylan. So obviously this isn't a new topic. For the past almost 20 years, the city has provided investments, energy, efforts into the Derby area in a number of ways. The Derby sub-area master plan was adopted in 2007. The plan unit development document, 2007, and amended again twice. And then the urban renewal district and the urban renewal plan adopted in 2009. In 2018, the city approved a plan to upgrade both street lighting and signage areas, elements in the Derby downtown district, to make it safer and more welcoming, providing wayfinding signage. And I think all these efforts are outstanding. What I'm hoping to get tonight is some agreement, some political consensus about how to move forward again, continuing on efforts in Derby, because without that political consensus, as the Cheshire Cat says to Alice in Wonderland, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And so what we really need is to talk about how do we focus our limited resources on continuing these efforts. That plan contained a number of goals. Respond to the needs and findings of the community, establish Derby as a destination, give Derby greater visibility, find a unifying architectural theme, revitalize Derby, environmental models, transform Derby, develop models for change. I mean, I think from the business perspective, and what I heard very clearly when I met with approximately 20 business members last week, they need customers. And those customers generate revenue, and that revenue is the basis for those businesses continuing. And so, what efforts can we encourage to do that? So some of the other programs that the city has undertaken is the Catalyst program as an example, which is open to property owners, business owners, and tenants, and provides funding for exterior and improvements primarily, and some interior improvements. That program has been marginally successful for a variety of reasons. I'm fairly new to this position, so much of what I've heard and seen through our documents is some challenges with the banking process and how to get loans out on the street. But certainly one of the other challenges is that most of the businesses that operate in this area are tenants. They're not business owners or property owners, they're tenants. And so that tension between interior or building improvements and the ownership of those improvements and the benefit to the tenants and how those costs are passed on has become an issue in many of these areas. One of the other challenges is the design guidelines and requirements for new signage to conform to those guidelines. There's been some tension there with signage because many of the tenants in those buildings believe that they really need more signage. Their challenge is how to attract a regional consumer base. Most of the customers that they engage with on a day-to-day basis are from the local neighborhood or know about them. Typically in these districts, and you can think around the Denver area primarily, there's an anchor or something that's a necessity, like a grocery store that draws people. And there is a grocery store in the area, and it seems to be functioning well and has good goods and services. But, there's a tendency for most of us to want to shop name brands or shop at places that we're familiar with. And so, once again, over the 20 years that's passed, there's still holes in the needs of the community. City Council had a study session back in July of this year and provided a number of ideas, updating the guidelines, thinking about coming up with a different theme, undergrounding utility lines, working with business owners to prevent displacement, and then this effort tonight, hosting a joint study session. So hopefully we'll get some comments from representatives of the Design Review Board and then have a discussion about what needs to happen next. In September, there was a study session with the Derby Review Board, and they generated a number of comments. Many of those comments overlap and are consistent with those comments of City Council. And so the major ideas that have come out of those two study sessions are updating or refreshing the master plan and design guidelines, reconsidering the design theme that the design guidelines reference, increase the variety of activities, festivals, and entertainment options to try and attract a broader customer base, improve the public infrastructure, public spaces, increase safety, access, and mobility. Out of all of that, staff has identified a number of actions and recommendations to move forward. Once again, the limited resources that the city has means prioritizing those investments and actions, identifying catalytic projects or actions that will inspire other actions within the area, thinking about ideas to attract more customers. Safety and security was a major issue that was raised by the tenants in the area and business owners in the area. There's a lack of street lighting in the area. I mean, after 4:30, when the meeting ended and you drive through the area, there are the larger street lights that illuminate the highway. But in terms of pedestrian scale lighting, et cetera, it's non-existent. And so that's a real issue. Most of the business owners that attended were women. Many of the workers in the restaurants are women. And so the idea about safety after dark becomes a real concern. Because most retail shoppers are women, that's why shopping centers, really focus on that. So trying to address that. A diversity of uses. Right now, there are a handful of restaurants, Mexican restaurants, all with very similar menus and a predominance of auto-related uses. Having a greater mix of or variety of attractions and then diminishing the presence of the auto-related uses are going to be critical to making the district different than what it is today. Attracting more citywide regional anchors that will attract more customers, thinking about activities and entertainment, and thinking about an organizational structure that will address this. Every successful project in every community requires a champion. And this area and these projects are no different. That champion needs to reside in the community, represent the community, and be there long-term. So in part, that's why I included this last slide. Land development is primarily dependent upon private initiative and private investment. The role of government is essentially to provide the framework of policy ground rules and regulations that help guide development in the public interest and to provide and maintain the basic infrastructure and services. What those folks in Derby need is a partner, and we can be that partner and provide the resources to them, but they need to provide the leadership, and we need to assist them through business, technical assistance, through education, through helping them understand business practices that are successful in other places, how to get grants, how to work with the city, understanding the process for procurement, thinking about ordering inventory because they have such similar menus, and a lot of it is takeout. They could benefit from aggregating their resources and, benefiting that way, and then bringing more diverse uses. I guess the exception to what I've posted up here is the idea that there are some opportunities in Derby that may require public action, direct public action, be it the acquisition or partnership with development of key properties within the area to try and establish anchors or other diverse uses. But I do think that there is a significant role for the city and the Urban Renewal Authority. And part of that's looking at a business improvement district, expanding or extending the urban renewal area, bringing together a business organization in the area and helping foster that. So really at this time, I'd really like to have a discussion with the members of the Design Review Board as well as council about where to go forth. What I'm hoping for is that, as we identified earlier in terms of the actions, we completed a business survey last week and got pretty good response. We're undertaking a market study because we need real data points to understand the underlying economics in the area. We will and have and will continue to host festivals and events to attract a broader population, evaluate opportunities for strategic investments, continuing the marketing and improvement efforts. We launched the Hispanic Heritage Celebration with community partners. We're partnering with Adelante Community Development to use the Small Business Resource Center. We completed, as I said, the Small Business Assessment Survey. We partnered with the police department to launch the Derby Cop Shop inside the Small Business Resource Center and could expand on that interaction between those two groups. Then in the midterm, as I said, refresh and update the Derby sub-area plan and design and guidelines with a specific focus on what strategic actions, not a dozen actions, but 3 or 4 things that we can begin to focus on to really have an impact in the area. And once again, focus on public infrastructure, sidewalks, street lighting, things that make the area secure and safer, thinking about how to increase police presence there, whether it's through private contracting or working with the police department. But as I said, there are a number of actions that are included in the presentation, and so I'd like to have that discussion about how to go forward. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Ware. And for our committee members, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us why you're here?
I'm Jeannie Nuanez King, and I own Magnolia Street Art Space down in Derby. It's the gray building with the big magnolias on it.
And I am Aiden Ramos. I'm just a design professional on the review board.
I'm sorry, say that one again, sir.
Design professional on the review board.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, council members have questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I have always seen the Derby area as an opportunity. I just think it's really the coolest sort of, it's not a triangle, it's kind of like a triangle, that is just unrealized. I think the good news is that some of the things that we had approved in the past, such as new lighting for Derby, that lighting was supposed to be mid-century modern to go in, in keeping with the previous plan that was done. But I think the good news is that lighting never came. So yes, we need more lighting in that area, but the street lights never showed up. So we still have an opportunity there as well. I have always hoped that, and this might be difficult for the business owners, and I certainly wouldn't want to affect them in a bad way, but to close it off so it becomes a more walkable community. And I put a lot of urban design on my council member page because I just look at that kind of thing all the time and think how wonderful it is, especially when you have trees. There are very wide sidewalks in Derby that could have trees, more dining on the sidewalk, lots of different things like that. But we have to decide what the motif is going to be. And after the DEI presentation, I think it's a really wonderful opportunity to also capitalize on the fact that we have a very large Hispanic community in the South and really take advantage of that and make that the point of Derby, if you will. We do have a sign that we approved, though, that's on the corner of 72nd and Highway 2. That's very mid-century modern, I guess, from that period, or Googie style. But that's what it is right now. I just think it's a great opportunity to do things. I would love to hear from you all what you would like to see in the area, but I hope that we can do something sooner than later. Thank you very much for bringing the ideas forward to us.
What's that gentleman's name?
Any other members would like to make a comment?
I would. I'd like to comment on, I'm so sorry, sir. I was not at that meeting, so I don't know your name. Terry Ware. Terry? Terry, thank you for that presentation. I thought your suggestions were really brilliant. And the one that I really felt like really would be the catalyst to maybe turn that area around was your suggestion about the city teaming with a business. Now, I know everybody, well, maybe not everybody knows that the old bowling alley was bought by somebody, I want to say 4 years ago. I actually looked at buying that building. But somebody else bought it instead, and they haven't done anything with it. It's still sitting there empty, closed up, and it's because he doesn't have the money to do anything with it, from what I understand. That's a prime little location. I mean, if we could find a buyer that could put in another wonderful restaurant, and the city could team with somebody like that, something, a little anchor, as he was saying, I think that could start the little motion for other developers and interested parties in that area, because it is very cool, to maybe come in, purchase something, and do what they do in, Old Town Arvada and whatnot. I'm not sure it's ever going to be in Old Town Arvada, but it has the bones to do that. Safety is definitely the number one thing. I mean, I'm down there every day, and, I've gone through a round of $1,500 worth of window replacements, so it's really sad. The little, what is it? It's the washing, they used to have washing machines and dryers in there, the laundromat. It's all boarded up, and it has been for 8 months. The guy doesn't want to put any more windows in. It's $500 a crack to put those windows in. If the board could approve maybe window replacements, maybe he would be more inclined to do that, but it's still empty and boarded up. And it's because these owners don't have the money to do it, or they're renters, as you suggested, Terry. So I think, if the city really wants to make some sort of movement in Derby, they're going to have to come alongside some of these owners on some of the prime properties and make something happen. That empty lot right next to Stinkers gas station, I mean, it's still empty. I mean, that was a great little location to do some sort of PUD. But we need somebody, I think the Catalyst, and I did take advantage of the Catalyst funds, and thank you very much. It was very nice of you. But I think that we could probably get that swayed. But we definitely need some more help from the city. Somebody to come along and say, this is what will help you do.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. Growing up here in Commerce City, knowing what Derby was when I was a kid growing up,
Yeah.
the active bowling alley, the Snack Basket Cafe
Yeah.
next to the bowling alley, La Torrens, White's, or not White's, Ben Franklin 5 and Dime, Walgreens. All of the different businesses were active, and you could go down there and go from one business to the next, and there were different services, the Derby Flower Shop. But when you went into Derby, they were open, active businesses. I go to Derby every morning. When I go down there and I sit and have coffee and a donut at Tasty Donuts. And what I have noticed, the difference to me after 58 years of living here, when you go into Derby, there are very, very few businesses open within Derby. Loma Lee's was a place that we used to frequent. They had craft type stuff. But you go down there today and you have Tasty Donuts, and you have Tamales by Sarah, which are both great businesses. And people come, they stop, they get their tamales or their donuts or whatever, and they go on about their way. The Yellow Rose is never open. I know they have events there, but it's not daily. It's not an open place for people. The little Mexican restaurant next door to the barbershop, down from Tasty Donuts, never see anybody there. But at that little Mexican restaurant, they have a little fenced-in area in front, like a dining area. And I know this has been a problem because I talked to the Lever's grocery store people, I've talked to the mortuary, the homeless people that are staying the night there. And I literally watched a lady yesterday cleaning up after a homeless guy who had stayed the night in that little fenced-in area in front of her Mexican restaurant next to the barbershop. And she was out there, had to get him to move along his way. All the trash and debris there, they have to clean up after it.
Yep.
Lever's grocery store, they said, hey, we have a problem. Every time I try to get these people to move along, now all of a sudden my tires are getting slashed. There are, I believe, too many businesses that are not active on a daily basis. Therefore, it doesn't have that draw and that appeal that it used to have. I would love to see something in that bowling alley. I would love to see some activity. There was a pizza place right there next to the bowling alley. Growing up as a kid, Derby was a very active place. The Derby Bicycle Shop left and went out of town. And the dentist office, there's a dentist office right there next to the Derby Bike Shop. That, I think they did a great thing by popping this top on that building and provide living space or opportunity for living space above. And I've seen that in other communities where you create your own customer base by providing some housing above the commercial pieces. And I think we did a disservice when we improved the intersection where the bricks are. I mean, I like the landscaping around it, but it looks terrible when you drive into Derby. I drive down there, I look at it. I mean, there are places in this country that have those kind of brick roads that have been there for hundreds of years. This hasn't been there 20 years and it's fallen apart. I really think we have to make some improvements. We did at one time look at undergrounding the utilities, and that would help improve some of the aesthetics. But the landlords didn't want to participate with a cost share on undergrounding the utilities. So the tenants are the ones who do without because the landlords won't participate. So I think we have to really talk with the property owners. And we need to get places, because on the other corner of that intersection was Black's. The house is still there where the Black's family lived. And Black's Automotive was an operating business. The businesses alongside the Yellow Rose up to 72nd were active operating businesses. So when you went into that central square in Derby, the businesses all the way around there were open and operating. People could go get a burrito, they could go get flowers, they could go get things like that. The problem is most of these businesses are closed or they're not open during the day. And we have a problem with vagrancy. We have to address that in that area. but I do see businesses that are thriving in that Derby area. You can't fit another person in El Jardines on a Thursday night. I mean, their business is through the roof. You would think some of that would carry over. I'm really interested to see how the barbershop now next door to El Jardines is going to fare. I noticed that a new barbershop went in there. But the old barbershop's still sitting empty. I never see any activity over there. So I think we need to come up with a way to encourage businesses, incentivize activity in the area, improve that intersection where the bricks are, and look at trying to get the landlords to be able to take care of these buildings. A lot of them haven't had paint on them for years.
Yep.
And it's a shame. It hurts my feelings to see Derby in the condition that it's in. And the city is, I'm going to speak for all of us. We're all willing to help do something to improve Derby. We have to have participation from the property owners, and we have to get together and put together a plan to deal with the vagrancy. I saw in the program that is before us, expanding on Joe Riley Park. Joe Riley Park is all rocks, and it's rocks because homeless people were over there defecating, and it smelled, and it was affecting the donut shop. And we have a huge Los Valentes Park down at the end of the street, and it doesn't get used like it should be used. So I think it's just a bigger plan instead of just making some improvements inside of a business or outside of a business. I think we really have to take a look at how do we create synergy to draw people into the area. And right now, a lot of it is on the backs of the private property owners because they're not leasing or attracting businesses. And El Jardines, if you had two more businesses like El Jardines that were in that square,
Exactly.
that area would do phenomenal.
And that's why I'm suggesting maybe that the city does come along some side of some developer that could do that type of a business that you're talking about, that's going to draw that kind of attention.
Well, that's what I had to say. As long
I'd
as
rather
there's-
do that than the utilities.
There's so many individual property owners. To get them collectively to participate with a program is going to be very difficult. But I'm interested to see what staff and Terry can come up with to help us drive this thing to get the activity back in Derby that it used to have and that the residents deserve to have.
You know the other thing?
Thank you. Edwin Flores?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I wanted to introduce myself. I am the chair. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. I'm on travel, but I still wanted to attend just to be able to, again, introduce myself and also kind of echo exactly what Jeannie said, as well as the great presentation that Terry presented. Derby has a lot of potential. I am a lifelong Commerce City resident. I love going to Tasty Donuts, best donuts in Colorado. So, I haven't really had a lot of experience of, what Derby was, like Councilmember Ford said, but I'm more than willing to also, lend a hand because, like I said, Derby, I believe, has that connection of, I guess, connecting both the North and the South, I feel. Not many cities have that downtown like, we do. Arvada, Old Town, big success. We just need to, I guess, in the immediate kind of promote, I guess, make it a more business-friendly environment through like you were saying, like the lighting. I definitely do believe that if we just make it a little bit more visible, a little bit more inviting, we will be able to attract those businesses and then maybe, I guess, target, for example, I don't know, like the Catalyst Fund. I know with the Catalyst Fund, it's only for exterior improvements. So I don't know if it's possible to also kind of maybe like, for example, restaurants, if they needed like a new kitchen or some sort of oven, make that available. That way, it's not so much of a burden on them to be able to, afford that. And again, specifically target specific businesses we want to attract. Maybe we'll have an anchor that we can attract that way. And from there, maybe like that'll attract, hopefully invite the landlords to, invest more if they see more improvements through, the lighting and also the Derby Diamond. I feel like that's time for a little bit of an upgrade, just because traffic wise, it's kind of, a little bit of a headache trying to, navigate that. And then, the bricks, do definitely need a little bit of improvement. But yeah, in the immediate, I believe lighting, security, and also not improving, but I do know that the URA kind of boundary, Derby boundary, and also the master plan, I believe, have different boundaries associated with each of them. So if we're in the immediate, be able to kind of line all those boundaries up, that way we know exactly what Derby is, I guess I want to say. I just kind of wanted to, again, introduce myself, and also kind of also support Jeannie and Aiden, and also, we're alive and well. We may be a small board, but we do try, and we do want to see improvements there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you so much for this presentation and for all of you being here on the call and otherwise too. I have a question about just Derby as a site, and this might be for the city potentially, but is there any type of thing that we can, because it was mentioned with developers, but maybe with developers and with grants, a way to revitalize it through first maybe assessment grants to see the environmental assessments, the soil, is it a brownfield site? How can we look at cleanup grants, things that can actually take care of the area? Because I'd love to see Derby as a place that's a farmer's market. You're able to use events. You're able to actually have food trucks, things like that, and attract people to come to Commerce City and kind of reestablish us too as that multimodal potential space, things like that. Or maybe even multi-purpose grants to fund revitalization of areas affected by brownfield sites. There's also grants for revolving loan fund for no interest or low interest for cleanup activities for business owners, and then job training grants as well. So is there a way that we can kind of combine all these different resources, whether it's with developers or it's with a grant, that we can literally clean up the space and the prior issues of pollutants and cumulative impacts that we already know existed before, so that we can not just literally revitalize the soil, but clean up that entire space, knowing what its history was, and then being able to transform it to a new narrative.
We'll certainly look into that.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I love Derby. I was on the Derby Review Board at one time, and it has so much potential. And I can think of other small towns and everything where they have done different kind of lighting rather than street lighting, like stringing lights across an area, setting up an area where you can congregate, get your hot dog from the hot dog stand that occupies a smaller space. I think this is one of those things, though, where we kind of have an identity crisis in Derby, because what was proposed many years ago, about 17, 18 years ago, was to go with the 50s theme, and it's not working. It really isn't. It says we don't know who we are here at all, to me. And it was mandated, and so we've got this hodgepodge of all kinds of different ideas of what that's supposed to be. some of them following strictly what was proposed and mandated for a while, but then I know they ran out of money at one point, and so they just start putting these little signs up over like the main area. I was here when they did the four-way where the bricks are. They tore down beautiful trees to put that in. And so I just don't think that there was a lot of critical thinking that went into all of it. There were different people who had different ideas, and they all wanted to implement them. And here we are today. I think we look at grant opportunities. I think we also see what we can do with the URA, but I also believe that this is an opportunity for us to re-explore the possibility of public banking, because then we do our own loans to our own people. We make the interest back, and that supplements funding for the city itself. So if we start thinking with a little bit of ingenuity and innovation, I think that those of us who love Derby and would like to see it be what it once was, that we could make that happen. One other thing that I wanted to mention was the Small Business Resource Center. That was taken over by our Economic Development Department, but that's all it's doing now. It was a community center, so the small business classes that were done out of it should just be a part of that. It should be opened back up for the community. I know that Cultivando at one time wanted to have meetings there. I offered to go help them get in. I used to have a key to that building, or so I could get in the lockbox to get the key, and I let people in there and locked it up a lot of times. I know that it's I guess now a city building, so staff has to do that, but I think if we loosen up the strings a little bit and start thinking about possibilities, that we can definitely come up as something if we collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Terry, I know one of the things you mentioned early on is you wanted to try to have a discussion, and so I have a couple questions just to help prompt discussions. And I guess the level of ideas, or we have a lot of ideas, and I think your slide showed that there's a lot of ideas. And for me, it's frustrating because as we drive around the metro area, we see these neighborhood community centers thrive overnight. And so I'm curious, like how do we create urgency outside of ideating? And ideation is not a bad thing. I'm not saying that, but the history of this seems like we just talk and talk and talk. And so if we were to, what are your ideas? What can this council do to create economic energy within the next year, within the next 2 years? And then how can we figure out a way to just scale that back so we get things moving? That's my first question. I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I think the first step is understanding the underlying economics of what's happening in the area. I think oftentimes you drive through an area and...
Excuse me, Terry, could you lean into the mic, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's understanding the underlying economic forces that are occurring in the area. Demographics is not necessarily destiny, but you have a neighborhood right now that reflects, you have a commercial district that reflects the neighborhood around it. And, you know, that's just the reality of the situation. And just sort of the back of the napkin sort of economic analysis that we've done, the restaurants that are there and the sizes of the restaurants reflect the spending power of the neighborhood around it. So first and foremost, you've got to understand what is it that's going to attract people from other places. And typically, you've all been in situations in cities where there's a great restaurant, as an example, or a particular activity, and it's not in the best part of town, but it's such a draw that people venture into those areas. And that usually is the catalyst for change in the area. I worked around the ballpark before the ballpark was there, and one of the first loft developments on Blake Street was in an industrial area and surrounded by industrial uses, and the developer took a risk, and for a variety of reasons, influx of millennials into the Denver area, change in the ballpark district, there was a number of economic changes that really spurred the development that you see now in Larimer and Blake and Market Street. That was industrial, and they had the physical environment. They had old warehouses that were easily converted, that didn't require a lot of reuse. So, here I want to understand what are the resources that we're really dealing with. Most of those are small buildings that were built in the 1950s that may not really have adaptive reuse opportunities beyond where they're at. There are reasons, we looked at property values. A lot of the property values are fairly high, and I think it's because many of the property owners have paid off their loans on those properties. What's the incentive for them to redevelop their properties? I mean, once again, they're serving the market that they're given, which is the neighborhood, and no developer is going to invest money if he doesn't think he's going to risk or get a return. So, as I mentioned, we've started a market study to get some better data points about understanding the dynamics, looking at the traffic flows along Colorado 2 to see where they're going, where they're coming from, where their destinations. Is there an opportunity to draw some of them in? Some of the council members have mentioned, and others have mentioned, vacant parcels in the area, focusing on the value of those parcels, trying to identify users for those parcels, people who might be willing to risk private investment. So to the key of the question is, we've got limited resources. How can we do 2 or 3 things to get the ball rolling? And then in a strategic way for the next 24 months. And then following that, what are the next 2 or 3 things we do in the following 24 months? I'm not a big advocate for long-range planning. I think you have to be more strategic because things change. So that's a response.
I guess along that same train of thought, again, if we were to simplify it and say within the first year, because I think just again, we have 6, it looks like Derby reviews, conversations. So what I would love is as a Derby review committee group, if you could just, it seems like we need help in terms of ballpark and here's what's needed. And there's roadmaps out there across every city around us except for ours. Whether it's in Aurora with Havana Street, whether it's Wheat Ridge, whether it's Montrose, Colorado. So I'm like, can we either bring in these experts and say, here's how we did this, and we move forward with it, or...
That's the purpose of the market study. The consultants that we've hired are experts in doing exactly that.
And how, I hear you, and I appreciate that. I guess the urgency for me is not there still. I want to have the market study. I think you need to use data.
Sure.
My question is, how do you use that market study doesn't become another study that we put on the shelf? We put a lot of studies on the shelf, frankly. And Derby, again, everyone else around us has figured it out. What are our pain points? I'll narrow, what are the pain points that we need to?
Okay, and just so I can clarify a little bit about just my history, I was part of the Santa Fe Arts District. We were one of the first galleries to put it together. And there was nothing down there but boarded up old buildings and people living in the streets and, that type of thing. But, 3 of us galleries got together, we opened it up, and just one by one, those little storefronts started to change into art galleries. Now, I've got my space there, and we've got Mark Sink. And both of us have talked a lot about, do we want more art galleries down here? Because with that, there's kind of a little demon that comes with it. There's overcrowding, people coming to see shows. There's a lot of parking on the street. Not the neighborhoods don't always, like that. But I think that the little homes, the little buildings that are down there in Derby could absolutely be transformed into that. But it's getting the art community out there. They've left now from the Santa Fe Arts District because it's become so expensive, and they've moved out to Lakewood.
Yeah.
Now, why they couldn't come out to Derby? They just need a good space, decent rent, a little bit of safety, some nice lighting. I really like your idea about the Christmas lights or whatever across the street. I think that would be really clever and cheap. So I think we need a catalyst. I think you need one more really wonderful restaurant. And Al Jardines, you've got people coming from all over, the city, from expensive neighborhoods to come to Al Jardines because it's good food. So I think if we had one more like that, it could start to transform a little bit faster.
And so a follow-up question to that is, before you leave the night, I would love for us to really narrow down what's needed and what guidance is needed from council and from you to move forward. I would not want to have this conversation again personally because we're not moving. Right, and so I'm curious what that would look like as we leave tonight with this discussion, because we need to move a little bit. I think personally, and I would love to have Derby be a heart of the area of our region, and so it sounds like we need help, and I want to make sure you get what you need before we leave tonight.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yes, that vacant lot next to Stinkers, that used to be the roller rink.
That's right. I remember hearing that.
Yeah, and so you had the roller rink and you had the bowling alley, and Derby was a fun place to go at the time.
Yeah.
But to look at building a restaurant in the bowling alley, I just don't, I don't think it's going to happen because that building has to be 100 years old. And I'm guessing if they upgrade anything, they're going to have to get the building up to code. And
Yes.
they would probably tear down that building and build a new building for what it would cost them just to get the building up to code for a restaurant.
You might be right, Mr. Teeter. I know that it has some problems with the water, the sprinkler system. Apparently, it's a $300,000 fix just to get that fixed.
Right, and
Yeah.
I know we went through that when we built Contours Estate over 20 years ago. We just wanted to upgrade the house and make it nice, and they said, forget it, so we ended up tearing it down, building a brand-new house that looked like the old house, and that's what we have there today, because it was a lot cheaper than trying to fix the old one up.
That's true. It would be great art studios, just like the one that I have over on Magnolia Street.
But yeah, for an art studio, I think you could get
That's
it
what I
up
was
to
gonna
code
do
for
with it.
that. Yes, but not for a restaurant. But
Agreed.
that's just my own opinion. But I do think that we need to scrap the idea of trying to make Derby the old Derby again. I think those days are gone, and I think we need to look around our country and see what little community is thriving and copy it and bring it into our community and make it work. But we need to figure out what that is, Mr. Ware. We're counting on you.
And I think City Manager Rogers was going to jump into my question.
Yeah, I'm going to call him next. You done?
Pardon me?
Are you done, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I think, obviously, there's been a lot of great, robust conversation around current short-term to long-term solutions and trying to balance between the short-term and the long-term. I think there's a couple of things I think stand out. One, it's you have someone who is a representation of being very aggressive, being very active in the Derby community and wanting to advance the Derby community forward. But we've also heard that there are self-established barriers by private property owners that we do not control unless we engage in a very different manner and sense. And sometimes this may be hard to hear, but sometimes in order to take an area to the next level, you may have to remove existing individuals, businesses, owners in order to create and to facilitate some of that urgency, some of those opportunities. There's things that we can do by posting public-private partnerships, engaging with the existing property owners, understanding that this may be a numbers game about the return on their investment, the internal rate of return that they're looking for to be able to move on from a property, and what will attract a new developer who's willing to engage with the URA or the city to be able to develop on a brand new site, right? Which means scraping some of these older buildings so that you're not trying to repurpose, reimagine, which is going to have a higher and a greater cost. I don't think necessarily, well, yes, the image is problematic. The image is something that we can work in parallel with the Derby Review Board, with the City Council, and being able to establish. But one of the beneficial tools is being able to look at expanding the urban renewal district, because that's 25 years of an incentive that you may be able to give back to an existing property owner that may incentivize that internal rate of return, that return on investment, that gets them thinking about, right now I have a low threshold of risk, that I can keep that low threshold of risk at that same level and still take a next step of wanting to do something different. Or doing a business improvement district on top of the URA to be able to create more community involvement around the public infrastructure necessary to support these businesses. But if you're looking for changing the uses, if you're looking for changing the dynamic in the environment, your first thing that you're going to have to tackle is the existing ownership. And how do we engage with them to see the potential benefit of either staying and participating, both short-term and long-term, from a financial perspective, or getting them to come off of their position to allow for the introduction of new. Easier way to do that is to show them by piloting that model, is by land banking property that comes on the market that either the city or the URA can take and work with surrounding property owners to create that transformative or that destinational type of development that you can then be able to build as a foundation or build off of as a foundation.
Yep.
Yes, I agree. And this is a very meaty topic. We probably could spend another 2 hours on this, which we should. And I suggest that we need to meet quarterly and not wait another 6 months to meet. We need to meet like maybe February or March next year and have keep this going, because really we cannot get all these answers done tonight. There's been a lot of great things said. And maybe it has to be where we do the land banking, and then the owners, the tenants who are in those places can go into buildings that the city owns, and that would force those owners who are not taking care of those tenants, because I've talked to people who have put their blood, sweat, and tears and money out of their pocket into the business, but the owner is not reciprocating, and it's not a very good partnership.
You're right.
And that's being repeated several places. It's very dark down there. I could see it looking like Larimer Square, where the lights are down there. Some of these businesses, they're open. When you drive by, they look like they're closed because of the appearance of the exterior.
Yes.
You never see what's inside. So
Yep.
it looks like it's closed. So I would, there's great recommendations here, but I think we should meet the next 2 months.
So to the city manager's comment about active use of urban renewal, I've met with, to the city manager's comment and yours, Mayor, about more active role for the Urban Renewal Authority. I've met with the majority of council members in private conversations about what their visions are for urban renewal, et cetera. And what we've talked about is the need for the Urban Renewal Authority to meet on a more regular basis. And so we're working on an agenda for first quarterly meeting, first quarter of next year. There are a couple of items on there, bylaws, et cetera, procurement processes, but we could certainly add this on there as an agenda item to talk about strategy moving forward.
Yes, please. Okay, there's a couple more people here that would like to weigh in, and go ahead and ask your question, and then we can keep going here. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Sorry, thank you very much. I know you wanted to wrap it up, but I do have some other thoughts on this topic because I had the great fortune to work for an association that called themselves the founders of the Downtown Renaissance. It was a city that the downtown had failed. There was no one coming downtown anymore. There was no one living downtown. And they turned the downtown around, even though it was dangerous. There were homeless people. They managed to turn it around. So it's not impossible, which brings me to some of the uses, some of the things you can use, opportunity zones, enterprise zones to attract investment, especially an opportunity zone. I don't know if that's an overlay for URA, but that would seem to be effective. And then also, can we require the business owners to participate in a business improvement district? Or do they have to come to us to request one?
They have to agree to create one.
So they would have to vote for it?
Yes.
But we could go to them and ask them to take a vote?
You could.
We
Yes.
could. Okay. All righty, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Terry, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, and you really know what you're doing.
Let's hold judgment on that.
Yeah, you've pinpointed a lot of the issues and all of that. So I do appreciate you coming on board with us. I saw a head shaking up and down when I said identity crisis. I think that's one of the things that we need to look at first of all. So, I mean, how do we take what we have and move forward and make it work? Do we become eclectic? Does that become a part of, that we have bits of that or whatever? So just wanted to point that out. But yeah, I really appreciate what you're seeing here in the city and the possibilities. So
Well,
I wanted
thank
to
you for the
let know
compliment,
that.
but it's a group effort. Economic development staff, community development staff, city
It is.
attorney's office. I mean, there are obviously a lot of people. And more importantly, as I said at the very beginning, that leadership has to come from the community. We can do everything we can, but they're going to be here for the long term. So I think, the representatives that you heard from tonight are going to be one of those catalysts.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. So going to the city or going to the mayor's comment around meeting monthly or meeting more often, I don't have an issue with that. I think that's a great idea. The only caveat I have is that, again, I keep reiterating, we don't want to keep going through this process of ideation, sharing ideas and no movement. And so I would recommend if we do go down that pathway, I would, City Manager Rogers, thank you for the guidance around, here are the tools that we can use to move forward. And I would love a sense of urgency moving forward. And it's not going to be perfect. We all know that. It's not going to be perfect. But right now, I'd rather lean on it being good, right? And not overemphasize and overanalysis by paralysis so we can move on that. And so, but overall, I love your guidance as city planners, urban design artists, to help us know where we need to go. In an urgency that we can get this moving. Because it's, 20 years, several design boards, several discussions. We all have ideas and we all have a heart for it. It's just not moving and we need to have it move. So I don't mind meeting, but I really would lean on staff to give us here's what we think you can move forward and here's the decision points that we would need council to really rest with. Because as we think about land banking, as we think about working with property owners, there's going to be a lot of conversation around gentrification, right? There's going to be a lot of hard discussions around those issues that we really have to wrestle with. Because every place we've talked about, whether it's Lodos, whether it's Wheat Ridge, whether it's Lakewood, gentrification has been a challenge. And so we have to have a strategy around being inclusive, but also move forward movement. And I think some of that challenge right now is we have stayed in this process. And I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I'm passionate about Derby, passionate about our south side of the city so we can have some opportunities to move forward. And I think this is a great opportunity to do that. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Dukes. Yes, I want to thank the Derby Review Board Committee for coming here, voicing your concerns, and really, the whole thing is, it's just not talking about it at a meeting. It's actually physically going out there. I think that it should be an invite for council and the group to get together on the site. One thing is meeting here, but when you actually go to a place and you look around, you have a better perspective and what the urgency is. And just sometimes little things we point out make a big difference. And the biggest thing right now, it's dark down there. And when it's dark, that's not an attraction.
Agreed.
It's a wrong attraction for other things. But thank you, Terry, for your presentation, and to the staff for having this meeting, this joint meeting.
That was a good meeting.
And look forward to the next one. Thank you. All right, the 120th Avenue corridor preferred alternatives. Jenna Hahn, is Jennifer Carpenter, is she here? Okay, we'll invite Jennifer Carpenter on behalf of Adams County Public Works to make the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And we'll have Mr. Mike McGoldrick, our CIP manager, give a quick introduction, and then Jennifer will take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mike McGoldrick, the CIP manager, as Jenna mentioned.
Evening.
We're here today to discuss the 120th Avenue from US 85 to Tower Road. Adams County has undertaken a corridor study for that segment of road. And the goals really of the corridor study are to improve safety and provide improved multimodal access along that segment, and really to provide continuity between the jurisdictions. This segment of road crosses 3 jurisdictions. Some of it's in Brighton, some of it's in unincorporated Adams County, and some of it is in Commerce City. Can we move? Thank you. So we'll go through the project overview and what we've done to date with the stakeholder coordination outreach. Again, this is Adams County, so really what they have done, I don't want to take any credit for it. The alternatives that have been considered and the reasons for why we've moved towards the preferred alternatives and the next steps. Jennifer Carpenter from Michael Baker they're the consultants, and she will be doing the presentation. And Josh Sender, who's the project manager from Adams County, is also here. So I'll turn this over to Jennifer.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for having me. Jennifer Carpenter with Michael Baker on behalf of Adams County. Want to walk you through the 120th corridor study, what we've done to date. Ultimately, what we're looking for from all of you is to hopefully get your level of support on the preferred alternative as we're moving forward with the project. All right, so the 120th Avenue corridor study was funded through the local MPO, Dr. Cog, and their Transportation Improvement Program. The corridor goes from US 85 on the west end to Tower Road on the east end. And as you can see on the map here, as Mike mentioned, there are inconsistencies as you move across the road as to who is responsible for various sections of the road. The Commerce City boundaries are in the pinkish red color, Brighton is in the purpley blue color, and then anything that's tan would be Adams County. So one of the first things that we did when we were looking at the corridor was identify our crash hotspots. As you can see here, the 2 primary hotspots are US 85 and Sable Boulevard, followed by Chambers Road and then Buckley. And so you have different tiers based on the numbers of crashes. And the data that we evaluated was 5 years of data that went from January of 2017 through December of 2021. So looking at crash severity, there were 3 fatal crashes that occurred during the window of crash data that we were evaluating. We are aware of at least one other fatal crash that has happened on this corridor since then. So we are keeping track of that as we move forward through the project and identifying ways to improve safety along the corridor. The 3 fatal crashes, the first one happened at US 85. There was a southbound vehicle heading, he was trying to avoid the southbound through traffic, went into the left turn lane and hit the vehicle in the left turn lane and killed the driver of that vehicle. The fatal crash at Sable Boulevard involved a southbound left turning vehicle that hit a motorcycle that was heading northbound and going through. And then there was a single vehicle crash that happened east of Chambers that involved somebody driving under the influence, running off the road and hitting some large rocks. And so those are the fatal crashes. If you look at the pie charts at each of the different locations, the red and green is going to signify where the more severe crashes have happened. So in addition to US 85 and Sable, the next most severe crashes are happening at E470 and Chambers. But something to note is that E470 has since, traffic signals have since been installed at that location. And so we're hopeful that those have helped to reduce the severity of crashes at that location. There is a lot of development happening in Commerce City, as you can see on this map. These are all of the planned developments that staff was aware of. We put them all in one place so that we could identify what we're looking at as we look into the future for this corridor. And what we see when we see this map is that there's going to be a lot more traffic. There's going to be a need for additional travel lanes and facilities for all users on 120th Avenue, and for improved safety on the corridor. So looking at right-of-way, we looked at all of the different agencies' master plans, design guidance, and existing right-of-way lines. And what we determined is that east of Sable, we're generally looking at 150-foot right-of-way. West of Sable, it's much tighter and constrained, and it would be more of a 140-foot right-of-way. All right, so stakeholder coordination and outreach. We created with this project a technical advisory committee, and that technical advisory committee is comprised of the 3 partner agencies that are part of this project, Brighton, Commerce City, and Adams County, as well as we've had multiple conversations with the 27J schools about Prairie View High School and Middle School and how we can improve safety and access for them. And we have also included the Regional Transportation District and DRCOG in those conversations. We've had 4 meetings to date. We have 3 more upcoming. The next one is actually scheduled for this coming Monday on the 16th. Engagement. We have conducted 2 open houses, all very successful. Our first open house had over 100 people. And I know some of you have attended those, so it's very nice to see you guys there. Our back to school night that we attended had over 200 people, and the second open house had over 80 people. We have our third open house where we would present the concept plan we're anticipating would be somewhere in March of 25. The other major engagement effort that we held during this project was the digital online engagement with MetroQuest. So we had over 300 people provide feedback and input, provided their priorities and locations of concern within the study area. We got over 500 comments from those 300 participants. So lots of really, really good feedback. So taking all of that information into account, we created 3 alternatives. I'm going to walk you through each of them, but as I go through each of these, there's some elements that are the same throughout, and there's others that change. So the elements that are generally the same throughout the 3 alternatives are those dual left turn lanes that you can see in the middle. Let me back up. This is a a map or a graphic of 120th looking westbound towards Chambers Road. You can't see the intersection, but it is looking towards Chambers Road. So just so that you have an idea of where we're at. So the dual left turn lanes, the narrow median, and the 2 vehicle travel lanes in each direction are consistent across the 3 alternatives. Everything outside of that is where you're going to see the changes. So in this alternative, the transit lane that you see here could potentially be converted to a general purpose lane at such time that it was needed. As you may or may not know, 120th was in the plans for a 6-lane road. And so that's where that piece of this came from. So then other elements of this, on the south side, you have a narrow 6-foot sidewalk that is attached to the vehicle travel lanes. There's no buffer between the sidewalk and the vehicles. The north side has a wider 10-foot shared use path. And then I guess the one other thing to note on alternative 1 is there is no dedicated bicycle facility. So alternative 2, again, those elements that I mentioned, the turn lanes, the median, and the through lanes are all the same. But outside of that, you have buffered bike lanes. They are on streets, but there is a protective barrier for those bikes. But they happen to be, whenever you have a right turn lane, they happen to be kind of sandwiched between the through lanes and the right turn lanes, which can be uncomfortable for some folks. But this alternative does provide 12-foot wide shared use paths where those who are less comfortable on the road could use the shared use path, and it is buffered then with a 7-foot landscape buffer from the road. And the third alternative also includes a transit-only lane, but in this scenario, it was not assumed that that transit-only lane would be converted to a general-purpose lane in the future. It was assumed, however, that that lane could be used as both a bus-only lane, but also a right turn lane as it was needed. In addition to the bus-only lane, you have bike lanes on streets. In this example, they are not buffered, and we did have a lot of discussion with both the TAC and the public about these different elements, and we'll get into that in here in just a few minutes. But then you also have, in this case, relatively wide shared use paths, not as wide as the prior alternative. In this case, they're 10 feet versus 12, and they are attached. But despite being attached, they do still have somewhat of a buffer because they're adjacent to the bike lane and the transit lane, and so that provides a bit of a buffer from the actual high volume of high-speed vehicles traveling on 120th. So we took all 3 of these alternatives and we evaluated them based on these 10 criteria. So we looked at travel time. That's how long does it take to get from one end of the corridor to the other for each of the different alternatives. We looked at multimodal safety, the experience that a bicyclist or a pedestrian would have traveling the corridor. Right-of-way impacts, which you'll see the score is the same for all of them because the right-of-way would not change between alternatives. Air quality, environmental impacts. Again, the environmental impacts would not change because the right-of-way does not change. Funding competitiveness. So when you're only looking at widening a road, you're going to be less competitive than if you're incorporating bikes and peds and other users in transit. Sustainability. So Adams County has been working through a platform called Envision to evaluate the sustainability of their projects as they do them. And it's usually applied at a design level, but the county decided to look at that from a planning perspective and try to get ahead of the game on this project. So we did score each of the alternatives based on Envision. And then public support. So all of the feedback, all of those 300 people who responded to MetroQuest, all of those 380 people that either were at the back to school night or one of the public meetings, we took all of their feedback and scored and ranked the 3 alternatives based on their level of support. And then we prepared planning level cost estimates and scored based on that. So based on these scores, alternative 3 was the highest scoring alternative. So what we did after that was we looked back at the public feedback, we looked at what things they liked, what things they didn't like, and we talked to the TAC. And then we revised to come up with a preferred alternative. So looking at the public feedback, there's a little bit of inconsistency, I would say, in the red bullets. So you have alternatives 1, 2, and 3, and then the people that did not select a preferred alternative but identified their preferred elements. The things in red are the things that they didn't like. The things in green are the things they did like. So in some cases, when the transit lane was there, they didn't like it, but when it was gone, they didn't like that either. The number of vehicle travel lanes shows up as something that they liked on all of them. So they like having 4 lanes or 2 lanes in each direction for vehicles to travel on. They like the buffered bike lane. They like the presence of right turn lane. So there wasn't a lot of discrepancy between what we were hearing of what people really liked and what they didn't like. So next. So then we took all of this information to our TAC and said, okay, what are your thoughts? So on alternative 1, they said, you know what, this really aligns with those projections that we had of 3 vehicle through lanes in each direction. But then that doesn't really conform with safety best practices. So wider roads mean it's a lot harder for bikes and peds to get across safely. For alternative 2, it was mentioned that that alternative matched the widening that Commerce City is currently working through from Chambers to Buckley, the best out of the 3 alternatives. Alternative 3 scored the highest for funding competitiveness, because it does accommodate bikes and peds and transit really well. And then for alternative 3, the transit lane, as I mentioned earlier, could also serve as a right turn lane, which staff really liked that idea. Well, staff in the TAC, excuse me. And so what came out of that conversation was, let's take these alternatives and let's modify them and raise the bike lane to the sidewalk height and create a buffer between the bike lane and the vehicle lanes. They would like to have a minimum of 10-foot wide multi-use path. There was a suggestion that came up during one of our public meetings that we kind of grasped onto, which was that school buses should be able to use the transit lane. Thought that was a fantastic idea. It was brought up and suggested to us. And then we also heard from TAC members that the goal moving forward, and that was for Commerce City, was to have native landscaping and fewer trees so that we are not wasting water and being more sustainable from that perspective. So this is what we ended up with. This is our preferred alternative. Again, those dual lifts, the raised median, and the 2 through lanes in each direction do not change. In this alternative, you can see the bus-only lane that is also shared as a right turn lane, and it is sharing with the school buses. And then you see a 4-foot buffer landscaped with native landscaping. Adjacent to that is a 10-foot bidirectional cycle track. So you have 5 feet in each direction for bicycles to then pass one another. And then adjacent to that is your shared use path for pedestrians at 8 feet. Outside of that, we needed to keep a little bit of space. So we have 3 feet outside of the shared use path, because in order to provide shade for folks that want to be out here walking on the sidewalk, we are showing shade structures, and you would need a place to put them. And so we have that, use that 3 feet on the back of the sidewalk for the shade structure or for lights or anything else that might need to be installed back there. So we know, as I mentioned, that Commerce City is working on a project for widening of 120th from Chambers to Buckley Road. Generally speaking, both of these alternatives are widening the road. We're adding pavement, so it's not going to be a throwaway. What you guys are doing right now will be a benefit to what we are proposing moving forward. However, there will likely be a need for additional funding and as we move forward and get into design and construction of the project. And the reason I say that there would be likely additional widening needed is, for example, The westbound direction with the proposed improvements for Commerce City show 2 lanes where our plan shows 3 because that third lane is the transit and right turn lane. And also the medians in the Adams County alternative are wider medians, and it allows for dual left turns at the major intersections where needed, whereas the current Chambers to Buckley plan is more of an interim plan that only allows for a single left turn lane and narrower striped medians versus a raised median that helps improve safety. Both projects are showing shared use paths. Commerce Cities is only on the south side, so we would want to also apply that on the north side and then add that bidirectional bike lane. And then something that came up as we were going through these comparison was the streetlights. And I think it's something that I would like to dive in with staff a little bit deeper on, simply because we hadn't really talked about it to date. And so that is that for the Adams County alternative, again, the streetlights would be on the back of sidewalk, whereas the Chambers to Buckley Commerce City widening plan is showing them between the sidewalk and the buffer. And so the suggestion might be to consider putting the lighting in the median and then behind the sidewalk. So in the median to serve the cars and behind the sidewalks to serve the pedestrians. So that might be one change that could be beneficial for that project. And that is, so I've got 2 more slides of next steps, and then we'll open it up for conversation. So so since we provided this presentation to you, we have updated our schedule. It is now proposed to end in May versus March. Our next public meeting, as I mentioned, is expected to happen in March. And we have a few additional TAC meetings that are upcoming. But we are wrapping up that concept design and hope to have that done by the end of January. And then funding. So how is this project going to move forward? There's a lot of opportunities. This is not an exclusive list of the opportunities that exist, but it does identify several. So for local improvements, you have capital improvement programs. But if you're looking for grant funding, there's the DRCOG TIP, which is where this project began. The call for projects for that is early 2026. That one might have been moved to 27. One of them got moved to 27. So there's the CDOT Transportation Alternatives Program as well. That's a statewide program. And then federally, there is RAISE and HSIP. And I was given the approval to let you know that Adams County is seeking a RAISE grant for 120th to complete design from US 85 to Tower Road. There are conversations just starting. The grant is getting underway, or the grant application is getting underway to try and move this project forward. So I believe that is all we have, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Any council members have questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Really well done. I had a question on slide 21 and 22. Slide 21, preferred alternative. And then when they did the comparison on slide 22, it says Adams County alternative, and then Commerce City widening. Is the Adams County alternative, is that the slide 21 where it's
Yes.
the preferred alternative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry
I
about
just
that.
wanted to clarify that.
Huh?
I personally like the preferred alternative. That was my favorite choice. One other question, the Safe to School, there's some kind of grant for that, and that's been talked about over the years between Brighton and Commerce City. And I was just wondering if there's any possibility of like doing grant stacking on this, because that's part of the issue with 120th. There's a lot of kids who walk to the middle school and the high school. Right now, there's over the bridge, there's a barrier, and they have to climb over that. And there was one other thing, there's a lot of traffic that comes out of that neighborhood going north, and it is west of the 7-Eleven, and I've seen accidents almost happen there. Would that be closed off so those people wouldn't come up out of that neighborhood and they'd have to go up Chambers? So I know that's a lot there, but thank you for answering the first part.
So I'll turn over the grant stacking question to Josh Sender from Adams County. But as far as the neighborhood, just to get clarification, are you talking about the neighborhood west of Chambers? Like southwest corner of 120th and Chambers?
I'm sorry, it's on the south side of, and it's on the west side of Chambers, yes.
Okay. So yeah, as we move forward with the concept design, we are thinking through where we would have full access versus partial access and all of that. And so as we move forward, that's something that on Monday, the 16th, when we review with the TAC, that they will get their first chance to look at what we're proposing there. So.
And to answer the question about Safe Routes to School grant, yes, it's a conversation we've engaged Brighton in as well as Adams County, and we're exploring that for either 2025 or potentially including that scope into the larger RAISE grant that Jen mentioned, because Safe Routes to School is a pretty small pot of funding, but we agree that sidewalk connectivity there is very important. So we are in early discussions about how to make that happen.
Mayor Pro Tim Noble?
Thank you very much. It looks really good, and I did run it by some constituents in the Buffalo Run area, and they were pleased with your preferred alternative.
Excellent.
And they had been to the sessions as well. Now, the tricky part, though, which has me completely flummoxed, is how we integrate this with what has already been designed and approved for 120th between Buckley and Chambers. There's been a lot of money invested in that design. They've lost a lot of time, probably, I think, a year and a half with issues that South Adams County Water and Sanitation District has made them go through and changing pipes and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't look to me like this is anything we can wait for. I thought from the session that I attended, you weren't looking at this until 2035, 10 years from now. But now it looks like you're actually hoping to make this happen sooner than later.
So any kind of roadway project takes time, right? And it takes time to design it. It is the county's desire to move forward with the project and hence going after RAISE funding for design. The plan all along, as we've been talking with staff, is to make sure that this preferred alternative, or that the project that you all are working on now, does not preclude moving forward with this preferred alternative. And so that is the intent. And as we share the concept design for the entire corridor and staff reviews that, that's something that will be considered and thought about. And, is there anything that we need to modify or adjust to account for that? So it's definitely on our minds.
Now, what happens with regards to, it's almost half a football field, it looks like, in terms of all the lanes, adds up to about 400. I don't know, it's a lot. So if we only have 2 lanes or 2.5 lanes right now running between Buckley and Chambers, you're going to add, in some cases, 7, and it won't be added. It'll be a total of 7 or 8 lanes. All that land has to be purchased, I presume?
No, I would say that most of what we looked at east of Chambers, the right-of-way is pretty much there. So as the land has developed on either side, the right-of-way was given because the city has been planning all along for that to be a 150-foot right-of-way. So I'm pretty sure that east of Chambers, if there's any right-of-way that's needed, it's very minimal.
Okay, so that means that there are people whose fences will be right on the street, the new street, like Avila, maybe the condos at Outlook.
I don't know, because I'm not sure where those neighborhoods are.
Some of them will be close. There are some of the developments there that have maybe a 10-foot buffer beyond the right-of-way. But you're right, many of those will be very close to the right-of-way. But as Jennifer mentioned, we have nearly all the right-of-way between Chambers and Buckley. I believe there's some on the north side, just west of Buckley, that we'd still need to acquire.
Okay, and I believe that the system for 120th is that the Buffalo Run Metro District and the residents are paying for half of the road, and the city is paying for the other half of the road. I do prefer the idea for the lighting that you're suggesting, rather than our traditional put the light in the patch between the sidewalk and the road. But that's another design change again, so that's all expenses for everyone, wouldn't it be?
It is a design change, and currently the median for that segment is going to be a painted median rather than a raised median, so we can't realistically put the lights in the painted median, so it would be a significant change.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All righty, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a question. So on the lighting, you couldn't do a dual where you have the Cobra head on the street and then you have one light just adjusted down for the sidewalk and the bike?
You could potentially do that. We haven't gotten into the design details of that. That will come much later.
Sure.
But when you look at the preferred alternative, there's not a lot of space between the bike lane and the travel lanes. And the closer things are to the road, the more likely they are to get hit.
Okay.
So it's something to discuss with staff. I don't know what direction it's going to go, and all of these things that you guys are mentioning will be considered in that conversation, I assure you.
I guess on Tower, when you get to the reunion area, they do have the lights in the middle instead of on the side, or a combination. So with this preferred alternative, it's because it'd be nice if everything looks uniform as you go from Highway 85 up to E470. That's the one thing people get confused. Hey, all of a sudden the lanes change, what city am I in, right?
Yep.
So I appreciate you guys taking the effort to do that. And, there's going to be tug and pull on that as well. And what makes it hard too, when you have two turn lanes as you're going westbound and the folks are going eastbound, there's like a blind spot on the outer lane. So we have the situation on 104th and Landmark. We had to take one lane out for right now.
Yep.
Because it was becoming a problem, people getting in an accident.
Yeah, we've actually been considering that. I know we're diving into the weeds a little bit here, but from a safety perspective, which is really my passion, we are looking at all of the different things that we can do to improve safety. And that is one thing that we've looked at. It's called a positive left turn offset, so that when you have two left turns approaching one another, they're offset such that they can see the cars that are coming at them in order to safely turn.
Right.
And because we have enough right-of-way to do that, that's something that we are showing in our concept plan.
Okay, and then this raised grant that has to be put in this month?
January 30th is when it's
January 30th?
due.
Well, I thought there was one you had to be put in the month of December so they can take action in January. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I think if you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you were awarded, submitted a previous raised grant that was awarded a project of merit,
Okay,
then that's automatically resubmitted as, I think and that's coming up in the next couple weeks, right?
Well,
Sorry.
We didn't have one for this project. We have submitted a raised grant for 88th previously that was named a project of merit, so we've resubmitted that, hoping to get funding for that, but
Okay.
help us here on 120th.
all right. But no raised grant from the city in this corridor?
Correct.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, I appreciate your presentation and we'll go forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of your time.
All right, PRG Master Plan Petition Update with, let's see, is Lisa Norholt here? Yes, Lisa, I'm sorry about that. We'll invite Lisa Norholt, Strategic Initiative Supervisor, to make the presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting us tonight, Mayor and council members. We were invited here by you to give you an update on our master plan. And so, again, I'm Lisa Norholt, PRG Strategic Initiative Supervisor. I'll be doing the master plan portion, and then I'm going to hand it off to Deputy Director Kathy Levesque, who's going to take over and talk about the Buckley Community Park updates that we have. So hopefully we answer some questions for you.
Thank you.
As you know, we adopted the master plan back in July of 2024. And the master plan is a roadmap for parks, recreation, and golf. It's a way to keep PRG on track. We get to stay on point and focused with what we have learned from those common goals that the community told us. We did have over 61,000 points of contact from the community, so we take this report very seriously on how we're going to execute it. Although it's only been a short time since adoption, we have made quite a bit of progress already in the few months that we've had. Currently, we're reviewing the themes and the recommendations that were placed within our document. We are working with IT and putting together a tracking system and a timeline for that implementation, and it will be online, so the transparency will be there on the Parks and Recreation website. We are linking our themes and recommendations to the city plans, such as the strategic plan, and hopefully, as it comes out, the transportation plan. And we're doing all of this and working on those, implementing the recommendations while completing normal business and keep carrying that forward as well. The master plan is a 10-year plus plan for Parks, Recreation, and Golf. Some recommendations are for that when we hit that population growth of over 100,000 people. So it could stretch out further than that 10-year plan. And we will look towards, one of the recommendations is in 5 years revisit this plan. So we will continue to keep that up to date as our population grows. We've presented on the master plan a few times in 2024, so I don't want to rehash all of our themes that were reviewed with you when our consultant was here. But we have listed the 7+1 themes that we have within the master plan. It's in your packet and on the slide. There are the 7 identified themes. We do have an additional theme that is really in partnership with other departments. So we are calling it our theme 8, and it will show up as theme 8 in the tracking system on the website when we get that implemented. And that is improvements in planning for working with people such as Public Works for improvements in planning on operations, design, and maintenance. So one thing that it calls out is updates on trail specifications and implement trail connections. So obviously, we can't do that alone. That is definitely with Public Works and other departments. While we've only had the master plan adopted for about 5 months, we heard reoccurring themes throughout the outreach process. And those 61,000 plus points of contact made sure to tell us we want shade, for example. So while we were still working with our consultant and coming up with our plan, we heard those requests and we started implementing those as we were still waiting on this final document. So using shade as an example, we heard that request, we added shade structures in some of our current projects that we were working on. For example, Fairfax Park, we were in the process of updating and replacing the playground there. We had a design already, we were ready to order, we heard that request, and we added additional shade into the project. So we are just waiting on delivery and installation for the Fairfax playground, and you will see extra shade and seating as well, because seating was also requested within that master plan. On the next 3 slides, we have listed some of our successes and our accomplishments that we've already addressed within the themes. We'll address CIP projects, program implementation, and positions and processes. Those are our 3 categories tonight. For the full list of themes with their recommendations, you can click on the link in your packet, and that will take you to the PRG Master Plan webpage. And if you don't have that, the link is c3gov.com/PRG Master Plan. And that is, we're keeping that page live with our final master plan update in there. So for the CIP implementation, the way this reads is, I'm going to just give the example. The first one, Bison Ridge Active Adult Center, that is one of the recommendations within a theme in the master plan. It was under theme 3, recommendation number 5, so 3.5. And it is complete as we have opened the center and we have active adults participating in activities, programs, and classes, and just drop in there. So we have marked that complete. I'm not going to read through all of these, but there are some projects that we are working on, but are also ongoing. So we may have completed a portion of that, but it will remain as ongoing in a status, such as additional shade added to upgraded parks. We are continuing to do that as we go through and updating parks, playgrounds, trails, and such. So that will never really say complete. It will continue to say ongoing as we continue to put that into our plans. Another option that we have is ongoing is inclusive playgrounds. We have put in accessible playgrounds at Monaco and Veterans Memorial Parks, and Fairfax again is on order. That is also an inclusive playground. We're in the design phase for River Run Playground. We found we wanted a little bit more community input, so we were hoping to have it ordered by the end of 2024, but we're going to actually do some community outreach and have some meetings in January of 25. So that is planned to be an accessible playground, inclusive and accessible playground, as is Second Creek Farm, River Run and Second Creek Farm. Those are the two that we have planned coming up. Other items up on the CIP implementation list have multiple themes listed and recommendations. That's because they're bigger projects. Calu Park, Buckley Community Park, and Second Creek Farm Parks have multiple themes and recommendations that will go with that park. So we have listed all of those that those are addressing within those plans as well. For the program implementation, we have added additional senior fitness programs, and we've also used our partnerships to accomplish some other recommendations. We work very closely with Community Wellbeing, and we're a participant and a partner with their resource roundup this year, and we want to continue doing that. So that is listed as ongoing. We also are continuing our strong partnerships with Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, the Library District, and others. We have quite a few programs going on with all of them, and we are always reaching out to new organizations to come up with some new opportunities to partner. One of those examples that we have coming up is we are working on a partnership with Volunteers of America. We are working and negotiating with them to set up weekly lunches for seniors that are ages 60 plus over at Eagle Point Recreation Center. So we're still in negotiations, but we really feel positive about this and see some success moving forward with that. On the final slide, positions and processes implementation. We are excited to be recruiting in Q1 for another senior park ranger. So we will be, the senior park ranger position is a new position. It will help with some of the supervisory, but we will have an additional park ranger out in the parks. And we are recruiting in Q1. We have completed some safety enhancements, such as additional security cameras inside and outside of the Eagle Point Recreation Center. We have more security cameras on the way as we are working with PD and IT to install some cameras within the park system. Other successes, we are working towards completion as the recreation centers being emergency shelters during poor weather. Generators are in process, and we're contracting with Bayard Enterprises to run the shelter. So we're making great progress on that. And another example of taking a project that we've had and enhancing it is we worked with our scholarship program to help kids, families, adults be able to afford recreation programming within the city. And we have worked with community relations. We have a new marketing plan created. We've enhanced advertising in our brochures. And after we received a generous donation from a community business, we partnered with Kids First health programs, and they are offering waivers to the kids that they are serving within their clinics. So that is it on the master plan portion for now. The second half, I'll turn over to Kathy.
Thanks, Lisa. As part of our master plan update, we also wanted to share about the future Buckley Community Park. This will be the first community park in the north, and PRG is aiming to make it very unique with special features and amenities that will be an attraction for residents, and also that will have many features that are called for in the master plan. This park will have 40 acres of community park site and an additional 25 acres of passive open space along Second Creek. Currently, PRG does not have any funding or a timeline for the park's development. However, since it's adjacent to the high school, which will be starting construction next year, we wanted to coordinate with 27J to make sure that the community park site works well with the high school site, and also looking at opportunities for shared use amenities. The concept schematic that we'll be sharing tonight includes many features that are called for in the master plan, and plus other features that will make this a special draw. In the future, once funding is secured, a detailed community engagement process will be held in order to refine this design further. And so this is the overall concept schematic for the site. You can see that the park site is shown in green and the adjacent high school site is next to it. The entire site is bounded by 96th Avenue on the south, Reunion Parkway on the east, a future Landmark Drive on the north, and Second Creek on the west. The athletic amenities on the high school site will be shared use, with PRG having second priority to use them. And then also the public will have use of the tennis courts and the multipurpose fields when they're not in use by either the school or PRG. The park concept schematic proposes many features that will be unique for our city. For instance, a children's educational center, a play dome, amphitheater, seasonal ice skating loop, inclusive playground, a splash pad that's designed as a stream channel, sports fields, which are very much needed in the north, and this will help alleviate some of the demand that we have. Pickleball, which is also a very desired amenity, a community garden, and connections to the Second Creek Trail. And the proximity to the high school will allow the potential for larger scale community events and special events. PRG is cognizant of not over amenitizing the park to the point where it's too crowded. So once we do get into design, if there are features or other amenities that the city would like to add, those will likely need to replace an amenity that's shown on the concept schematic. And there's also opportunities elsewhere in our park system to add other amenities. So for instance, you'll see that on this concept plan, a skate park and volleyball are not shown. But a skate park could be included in the future Second Creek Community Park. And volleyball is already located at River Run and Monaco Parks. And that we could incorporate additional volleyball elsewhere, like a neighborhood park or a new community park. These next couple slides really show detailed close-ups of some of the feature areas of the park. Again, since this is the first possible community park in the north, we really looked at opportunities to provide some unique features. So this is the north feature area along with some inspiration imagery. And this includes a possible children's museum with outdoor play and education, unique play elements that include towers for climbing with bridges and slides, nature play, and opportunities to interact with the wetlands along Second Creek, community garden beds and botanic displays, and then also restrooms in a parking lot to serve users in this area. And this is the south feature area, along with some inspiration imagery. This has a unique water play designed as a stream channel with boulders, an inclusive playground, the opportunity for a winter ice skating loop, along with fire pits and skate rental and concessions. In the warm months, the area inside the ice rink can have play nodes with things like musical instruments or a play dome. It also has pickleball, and then also restrooms and parking. And once we do have funding and a timeline for this park, we will have that detailed community engagement process to share this with the community and get their feedback and make refinements. And then so next steps for the master plan include PRG staff refining the action plan so that we can implement the recommendations, and then presenting that action plan to the PRG Advisory Committee in 2025. We're also working with IT to use Invisio as a tracking system. This will be on the city website so residents can view it, and we'll also provide social media updates as we make accomplishments to help let people know about that. And then we'll also need to identify budget to advance certain recommendations. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and we're available to answer questions.
Any council members have questions? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you for the presentation and the thoughtful feedback, one, for the shade. When I talk with residents, oftentimes it's shade and seating, and so I really appreciate you guys making that pivot. The other thing that I appreciate seeing on this document or on the presentation is the incorporation of natural elements, and so that's another thing I hear often from residents around that, so I thank you for the work you're doing.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. The new community park looks lovely. Is Buckley Community a holding name? Buckley? Will there be another naming option? Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
yes. Yeah,
City manager.
Yes, it's just, a name that we're using for right now, but once we go through a process, then we'll have a naming.
Okay. What percentage of the park is for the school's use in those tennis courts? How much did you give to them?
So the tennis courts are actually on the school's property, with PRG and the public having use of the tennis courts. And then PRG would be providing the pickleball courts, which are adjacent to the tennis courts.
Pickleball courts. Oh my gosh, we're going to make a lot of people happy. How soon can you get this going? Except it's right down there on 96th, right? The pickleball courts, is that where you put them?
Yes. If you can see my cursor,
Sure,
so
sure.
the tennis courts are here. They're shown in white because they're on the school property.
Oh.
And then next door in the blue is the pickleball courts. So they're adjacent to the tennis courts.
Okay, what is in the upper portion?
The northern portion?
Yes, soccer?
So yeah, zooming in just a little bit on the north feature area, this is where there is a potential children's museum or education center, community gardens, and then these are different play nodes, those tower elements with climbing and bridges and slides.
Can you pull it out? Let's see, I don't know what page, that's page 8. One page back, one slide back.
One page back?
There you go.
Okay.
Do you see those two rectangles?
Oh, yes, so yeah, these are the athletic fields.
Okay, and are they school athletic fields?
These are PRG athletic fields.
All right.
But we do have, we're working on a shared use agreement for the school's athletic fields, which are shown in the white area.
Okay, and you mentioned something about River Run Park. There is already a public River Run Park. Is this an enhancement to it?
I had mentioned River Run Park in the example of not every amenity can fit in this park. So I give the example of volleyball is not included in this concept design at this point. But for example, volleyball is at River Run, it's at Monaco, and that's something that we could potentially put in another neighborhood park or another future community park.
Okay, and I really appreciate that we always put in accessibility playgrounds, which is really wonderful. There is, though, a group of families who have severely disabled children. So if you could put it in the hopper, the idea of having a park that is for severely disabled children, it's a safety issue, a privacy issue, I think, from the parents that I've talked with. So I think that would be something to think about. I don't know if that's done in other communities, but it is. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And then I'm looking at the top priorities for investment for facilities, amenities based on the priority investment rating, and that's on page 41 of the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan. So trails, you mentioned, that's good, and of course the shade structures, which we've been talking about a long time. There's also dog parks, there's outdoor and indoor swimming. The good news is we're getting that, those pickleball courts, hopefully. I see that you've included the natural areas, green space, and so forth, perhaps art history, cultural spaces. But I'm also noticing that at the very bottom of this list, numbers 33 and 35 out of 35, or number 33 out of 35 is a golf course restaurant. So since it is the 33rd out of 35 priorities, what adjustments or accommodations are you having to make to invest in the golf course restaurant when it is such a low priority, strategically?
I'm calling Chad up for that one.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Chad Redden, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Golf. So can you state that question one more time? Are you looking for strategic or funds?
Well, I'm looking at page 41 of the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan, and it's a table. It's called Top Priorities for Investments for Facilities and Amenities Based on Priority Investment Rating. There are 35 items listed, and the lowest priorities are golf course restaurant, indoor rental spaces, and indoor classroom meeting room space. Those are the lowest three. And then there are 32 that are higher.
Gotcha. I see that. Yes. So
Okay.
The question is,
Because of the golf course restaurant being such a low priority in the master plan, what adjustments are you having to make in order to move forward with it?
compared to other,
Correct.
strategically to other ones.
Yeah,
So we're
the
not
other
really
items.
making, if I understand your question correctly, which I think I do, we're not really making any adjustments to anything strategically that's up above. Just because we have different staff working on different things, most of the items in the master plan revolve around, honestly, right, parks and recreation. So we have staff working on that. As it relates to the golf course, it's really our food and beverage manager and our golf course manager working on the restaurant. So we're not really having to strategically take items out of the hopper because we've got different staff working on different items.
But in terms of investments, does it affect the funding? Yes.
In terms of investments, no. I believe the golf course funding is from the general fund. And most of our other projects, as we have those going on, right, like some of them, they're not identified yet because we don't know where those funds are coming from, like Buckley Community Park. But other ones we have, typically they fall into our CIP projects that we're asking for funds for.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Mr. Redden.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you both, Lisa and Kathy, for great presentation and all the good work that you do. And Lisa, especially, I hear you talking about programs for the community. I want to thank you for your commitment to our community. And it always comes through. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Yes, and I want to thank your team as well. Question I have, would be for our city manager. We're having a study retreat coming up And what is the likelihood of us taking advantage of the fact that 27J, they're going to start this project, starting out next year, open up 2027 with working with that contractor because of square footage and all and projects, or not even that contractor, just putting it out there of what the cost would be to build this out. Because I think when we have such a project like the school being built and they have these amenities, and then when we queue up, it's usually years later. And, just as you weren't here at the time, but we did the recreation center, Bison Ridge. We were supposed to put in a road from Chambers, and that was advertised. But when we opened it, that part wasn't there. So is there an opportunity for us to actually have this come to fruition earlier instead of later?
Yes, I do think there's an opportunity. I think there's some internal discussions that we have to have first, right? One, get to a firm understanding of what the cost, even high level, is going to be for a facility of this nature, right? We're talking about some pretty experiential amenities, from the ice skating ribbon to the Children's Museum to even just the amphitheater, which carry a price tag to it. And so understanding that high level cost, and then identifying what we have available as funding mechanisms to us, and how do we then broach that next step of, well, the issue a bond, do you go after COPP, do you do X, Y, or Z, right? And I think the winter retreat serves as a great mechanism to have that conversation, to then take that step. And then partly in that is, how do you leverage, right, mobilization of a site that's already going to be currently worked on, right? Because you're going to have grading that's going to have to more than likely spill over onto our property. So how do you, once again, like I said, leverage that to our benefit, that may be able to gain some efficiencies and cost mitigation to us, but also maybe benefit to the school project. And I think, long story being short, yes, that discussion in January, February can really be a shooting off point for us into having those conversations with 27J, and really making sure that we're coming when that school opens, because we're going to get those calls, we're going to get those concerns, we're going to get those questions from the community, regardless if it's open or not. They're going to say, what's going on with the property across the way? So let's take advantage of the opportunity when we can, and how we can go about funding it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yes, I'd like to answer Susan's question on a handicapped park. Have you been through Monaco Park since it's been done?
Yes, I'm very familiar with the wonderful accessibility parks, but the severely disabled is like an additional level.
Yeah, I just noticed, raising a severely disabled boy, that that park there was designed just for kids like him, and I mean, you could just set them out there and they could play for hours, and with all the musical instruments and stuff, and it's just super. And then plus it's geared for the professionals as far as basketball and volleyball and the weights and stuff. But I did have a question about the ice rink. How many months do you think we'd be able to use that thing out of the year?
It's very much a concept at this point, so more research and work would have to be done, but the hope would be that it's something that we could use in the winter months, hopefully December, January, February, but we'd have to dial in a little bit closer on specifically what the season would be.
I think a good example would be the ice skating ribbon that you'll find down in Parker, outside of the Douglas County Library in their downtown. They have something very similar to this. They operate it for about a 4 to 5 month period of time. is definitely an attraction that will draw people from far and wide, and also within the community. But I think that's a good model in which, something that could be replicated here from a timeline of usage, if it remains a part of this planning process.
Yeah, if we could get 4 months out of it, I'm in.
I was going to say that nowadays when they have the ice skating rink in the summertime, it's inline skating, so you use it all year round, which would really benefit.
Yeah, the ice ribbon that our city manager was talking about, it's right with their amphitheater, and it's part of their amphitheater area.
Right. All right. Thanks again. I appreciate everybody's hard work and look forward to these conversations. All right, up next is the police substation professional design update. I will invite Chief Walanola to make the introduction for the presentation.
All right, well, Mayor Pro Tem Council, I'm very excited to introduce this next item. I do want to take a moment to thank everyone who has helped with this project so far, which includes Jenna Hahn and her group, as well as our partners at D2C. With regard to D2C, before I hand it over to them, I do want to mention that I not only appreciate their expertise in these type of projects, which has been quite evident, but also how nimble they have been able to be with our plans, our meetings, and some of our changes. When we first started, there was an underlying assumption that there would be no more space available to us at City Hall. And with that premise in mind, we looked at what we would need to do in a northern substation to effectively deliver public safety to the community well into the future. Since that time in those conversations and preliminary work, the 6th floor of Adams Tower has been a significant development, and with some availability of space forthcoming in the Civic Center, we've critically looked at our needs and what operations can remain housed here because of that. In addition, we've looked very critically and realistically at how the availability of additional space here impacts our needs with regard to a northern substation. Of course, we still need a functional northern substation, but we have pared down the substation program needs accordingly, and D2C was happy to make the changes and work and rework in order to help us get to a level of comfort where we are today. I will say there are some renderings in the packet. Please understand that to get some of the estimations of cost involved, we had to develop some sort of framework through which this information could be captured and presented. That said, they're only renderings, nothing is set in stone, and D2C has a lot of experience in buildings of this nature and the vital community engagement component that's so critical before moving forward. My hope is that we're almost to a point to start that critical public engagement piece, but we need to get this information to you first. That said, I'd like to introduce our D2C partners. With us tonight are Andrew Martin, Brian Dugan, and Ryan Downs. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Andrew Martin with D2C.
All right, good evening, council, and good evening, Mayor. My name is Andrew Martin. I'm with D2C Architects. I'm the project manager for this police substation. Overview, we're going to take you through some of the project history, some of the historic costs, our updated program requirements, much like what the chief just mentioned, some total project costs, current escalation costs that we're seeing in the construction market, discuss a little bit about the community engagement process in this project, and end with a little bit about a CMGC process. So I'd like to start this by looking at the history here in somewhere around the 2022 timeline. The city conducted a study with HOK to look at some of the construction costs associated with this. A couple of things that we've done as we've dissected this study, we wanted to point out that this was obviously done and uses the cost from construction costs from 2022. One thing that we all are aware of, and I think is just important to point out again, that a court was never planned to be part of this project, and it was not part of that study at that time. It's not part of this current project. But the one important thing that we do need to point out in this study was that this did not include a shell building. This was for tenant improvement of an existing building and an existing space build-out. Right now, we are looking at a shell building, which is basically a building envelope, building structure, and building systems with a full interior build-out. This is a slide that breaks down the original RFP budget. You'll see the different percentages of how that budget was allocated. I draw attention to this because later on, we're going to show you the updated costs and use these same percentages with the current construction budgets. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Ryan Downs, our master planner. He's going to take you through some of the program studies.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Ryan Downs, architect and planner. As Chief had mentioned at the preface here, we've spent about the last year really trying to work diligently with him and his team to quantify the true programmatic need. So what you're looking at here, the chart on the left is the current program. This includes public access space, full police administration for the substation, professional standard, investigations, victim services unit, small property and evidence, the Patrol and Operations Bureau, Support Division, Police Training Unit, Records, Booking and Holding, Staff Support, and Building Support. So that sounds like a lot. The list on the right is actually was developed through our refinement process. Once understanding space in other facilities that the city owns would become available, we went through a refinement process and really tried to pare down the full quantification of the substation need. And by doing so, we're keeping several items at Civic Center according to this plan. As Andrew had mentioned at the top, this does not include courts. The other one I'd like to point out is the major evidence, property and evidence will stay here. There will be a small processing and temporary holding evidence at the substation, but that was one clear indicator of a kind of low-hanging fruit that we could keep here. Also, the cash, narcotics, weapons vaults will stay here, as well as the traffic unit, K-9 unit, and animal control. So going through that brings the total square footage to about 38,000 square feet. That 9,000 square feet that'll be remaining here was a part of the original program. And so really with leaving that portion here, the full build out of the 38,000 square feet of the substation, plus a outbuilding at the new site for a SWAT storage vehicle, a vehicle storage building, brings the total to 43,000 square feet, just a little over 43,000 square feet. It's worth noting here that even though we've gone through a refinement process and whittled this thing down to the kind of the basic functional need of a law enforcement facility, you are still getting a fully functional substation in the north. These are, and I want to point out a couple of particular things that kind of were key considerations for us through this programming process and then subsequent refining process. Our key considerations were that really informed our process and guided our decisions were officer safety and security, resident safety and security and response times, community resiliency. This will be an asset to your public safety plan, as well as a community asset that has some community elements to it, which we're going to talk about a little bit more here in a minute, but a community-facing public meeting space, integrating public art into the project, as well as potential officer memorial. So with that, I'm going to hand it back.
So how does this translate into real costs in today's construction world? We've been working with the PD since last spring to develop a building concept We've come up with a conceptual design for the building. We've come up with a conceptual design for the site, and we've teamed with one of our partners in the industry that does construction estimation. In real world costs, we are seeing a $591 per square foot cost for a shell construction building per square foot. We are also seeing as the storage building at $386 a square foot. We're seeing a land development cost at $57.50 a square foot. With our 4-acre site, that translates into 174,400 square feet. We are estimating that if we are to resume on the track that we're on with design, permitting, we believe that we can get into a construction start date of 9/1/25. You'll see here that the percentages I mentioned from the original RFP budget are broken out here as line items. But the end of the day, you'll see the all-in cost at the substation with the SWAT storage building and the development of the site at $45,700,000. I'd like to also talk about what we're seeing as the current cost escalation in the construction market. We work with several contractors in our field, and we've taken some data from previous years, applied it to this graph, giving you the live $591 a square foot number, and then worked with them to figure out what we believe to be the cost escalation over the next 3 years. And you'll see that that is 6% per year that we anticipate that escalation. This graph also shows the same escalation curve, but uses the cost for the site development at $58 a square foot. You can see that we anticipate, again, the same 6% raise over the following 3 years. What I'd like to do here is show you what the current design of the police station is. This is the floor plans for the first and second floor. And you can see the color coding breaks it down by departments. What I'd really like to highlight for you guys is the orange areas here on the first floor and the orange areas on the second floor. Those are the spaces that we have identified as community spaces within this substation. So those are dedicated spaces for the community to use in this substation and not interfere with PD day-to-day operations. On the second floor, you will notice the large community room. This room houses 100+ people. It's fully self-sustaining with its own accessory kitchen off of it, its own AV, and its own set of bathrooms. It does have a folding partition down the middle, so it can be split into 2 rooms, so it can be used at the same time for 2 different classes. It can be used for community engagement, neighborhood meetings, whatever the community needs, the space is there for them. Another thing that we've identified on this building is a place for public art or a public memorial. We feel like this is a way for the community to actually touch this building and give some input on what they feel is important as an accessory to the building. The next slide shows the site, and I'd like to just quickly take you around how we plan to buffer this site at 104th and Potomac from the surrounding area. As you know, to the east and to the north, we have a neighborhood. This is where you'll see the red line. That would be some sort of retaining wall or privacy fence condition. To the north, that it is adjacent to the neighborhood at 104th Way. That's where we will use our retaining or detention ponds up there. And then on Potomac, we will continue the current walking bikeway down to 104th Way as part of the site development. We will use landscaping along both Potomac and 104th to create a buffer between the street and the police station. The other thing I'd like to point out on this slide, at the very corner of 104th and Potomac and at the very corner of the building, you'll see those orange areas. That again is where we've identified some space for public engagement, public art, public memorial. We can work through that at the community engagement piece. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brian Duggan, our principal, and he'll take you through some of this.
Thanks, Andrew. Brian Duggan, I'm a principal at D2C Architects and public safety design expert. Just building off of what Andrew was talking about with the community engagement opportunities and what the chief noted as one of our next important steps is to get into the community and talk with the neighborhood and really let them know what we've conceptualized for this area. What we like to do and recommend for this project, similar to other PDs, we have gone with a town hall approach. We did this with North Glen Justice Center, Erie Police, Hudson Police, Johnstown, and Thornton Police Training Facility. We found it very helpful to have the PD and city personnel in the room with the design team presenting concepts and functionality of the facility to give comfort to the neighbors and to allow that engagement to be something real. And on this slide, you can see this is actually Chief May with North Glen Justice Center. He had a great passion for creating some space within his facility that the public could use, which is similar to what we're thinking with the community room on the second floor. But also, you know, we're not asking the public to design the police facility, but they're inquisitive, and we do want to explain to them what will be in this location and help them understand how the city works through coming up with these ideas and the purpose and functionality of the facility. So we believe that's the first step, is to use a town hall. This would be also probably followed up with opportunities to show some of those memorial and art opportunities. And we would be highlighting the other things that Andrew noted about the buffers and the trails and the improvement to the infrastructure. With that, Andrew, the second one here, this is the Thornton Training Facility. Had some similar components. We did a neighborhood meeting to make sure that the public and specifically the neighbors to the north understood that the city was taking into account the sound and site separation into that training center. Now, our site here with the substation is not really a training center. It's probably not going to be as noisy, but there are some areas behind the police facility that we don't really want neighbors necessarily looking in on the police, or vice versa. We don't want the sound of the police activity getting in cruisers to head out on the street, bothering the neighbors. So graphically coming to these meetings and explaining our methodology is really helpful. We had a large berm with vegetative screening on the north end of this facility. And then we had a really nice front entry that faced more of the commercial streets, Colorado Boulevard and Riverdale. And there's also components similar to this project where we improved the roads. We improved Riverdale. We extended the bike path. We completed the sidewalks. We added signalization for safety and decel lanes at Colorado and Riverdale. And those are two things we're going to want to look at with 104th and Potomac. Andrew, if you could flip to that next slide. Kind of culminating this conversation is two aspects of the project that are next in line here, is really to work with the city planning group and zoning. But this map, as you can see, illustrates that neighborhood to the northeast that we want to really screen properly. We nest right into that upper corner, and we need to be very thoughtful there, as well as the commercial aspects of the west side of Potomac and the south side of 104th, which is why we've situated our facility to have the public entry toward the corner. We have about a 4.5 acre site. Currently, it's zoned for agriculture. We need to pretty quickly in the next phase here have it rezoned for a commercial application appropriate for a police facility. So we look forward to sitting down and getting the zoning, the rezone process going, so we can maintain our schedule That takes a few weeks, and then we are going to be into city planning, and that's another couple months we need to get through to start our construction permit process and stay on track for a fall construction start. Speaking of construction and also maintaining that schedule is we would like to request and recommend to the city to engage in a CMGC contractor procurement process. We believe that gives the city the best ability to control costs. It allows you to bring in a qualified contractor who's built public safety facilities to be that vested partner with the city, the PD, and the design team. It would allow the city to maintain control versus going with something like a design build process. But at the same time, it allows the design team and the city to engage in the contractor to hear what current construction methods are available to them and help us with the cost analysis to really rein in the budget and make sure we're getting the best value for the city. There's a small cost up front to bring on a contractor during a CMGC. They call it a pre-construction process. It's highlighted sort of right there between the two red boxes. And what that does is that'll overlap where the contractor's on board for a few months, helping the design team and the city evaluate the cost and the construction methods. We call those constructability reviews, and they will start pricing the project as we develop the documents. It all culminates in a guaranteed maximum price GMP bid, and that allows you to get into construction a little bit quicker by having that contractor bring in qualified subcontractors. Still a competitive process, and then we vet those as a team and roll into construction. With that, I think we want to hand it back off to the city for closing comments, and then we're ready.
Yes, thank you, D2C, and thank you, Chief. At this point, I'd like to walk council through a handful of recommendations that we have to keep this critical project moving forward. So first, we would like to go ahead and proceed with finalizing the design, which will be just under $600,000. We'd also like to go ahead and work with D2C to start that community engagement piece of this project. We do also need to go ahead and get a general contractor on board, which we've costed out to be approximately $80,000 for the project. And then finally, we are requesting that you all provide support to our city manager to take the next steps and identify the different funding mechanisms that we could explore to go ahead and fill the funding gap that we have. The intent would be to present the different funding mechanisms to you all at the winter planning retreat in January or February of this coming year. So with that, I'm available to answer questions, as are the chief and the D2C team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. It's a beautiful building. It looks like a wonderful opportunity. I know any police officer would love to work in it, no question about that. My concern is that when we approved the design for this project, the council communication was for a building that was 25,000 to 30,000 square feet. And this is 43,000 square feet. Considerably more money. This 16.9 that was set aside was not set aside as if, or estimated, it wasn't estimated as if we thought that's what it was going to cost, right? And now you're talking 43 million as opposed to 17 million. So I do have, I've gone back through agendas to look and see what transpired. And we had a giant gap between conversation and seeing this project. And this kind of thing happens that I described it to somebody, the whole family has decided they want to take a European vacation, and then they get the bill and they say, nope, we're going to Yellowstone. So I don't know how we, as a city council, it's like playing with funny money. I feel like it's monopoly money. Yes, it's beautiful. I think anybody would want to be inside this facility or hopefully work out on the streets. But at the same time, I don't understand how we justify this kind of expense, especially after we've heard about all the needs that have come before us this evening, not to mention the other 100-plus projects that are on the capital improvement project list. I personally don't know how to prioritize and organize this in my mind, and maybe other council members have a good idea, but it's a remarkable change.
Councilmember Dukes? Sorry, Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, before I answer the question, City Manager Rogers, I don't know if you want to help kind of give the history of the gap of funding from the original proposal, from my understanding till now, and then I have a question.
Yeah, so yes, indeed. So this obviously has been a very long-standing project, and I think as was outlined at the beginning of this presentation, that we engaged in a spatial analysis and study of the needs of the police department at that time, dating back to 2022. We have since had two different regime changes within the police department. First, starting with Police Chief Nichols, which obviously under his auspices and review had identified certain needs in working with the council and getting high-level rough order magnitude of cost. Once again, nothing's locked in because we haven't gone through the engineering stage. So what you get at the early stage is a rough order of magnitude based on the needs of the department and who's leading the department at that time. We then came back to the council with the interim director of public safety, Mr. Myers, who had a very different philosophy and identified spatial needs, which had a different rough order of magnitude of cost. I think what you find here from that period of time, and at that period of time, we had put aside not 16.9 million, but 17.9, give or take, which 1.2 of that was utilized for the acquisition of the property in question that this would be located. Always I think at the time, assuming that the cost associated for the per square foot was not relatively going to increase exponentially from that rough order of magnitude. You heard as well today that that has also gone up in theory. That was looking at the internal functionality, not necessarily the overall site and building construction. So when we talk about a lapsing period of time, I think you have to go back and look at the presentation and really think and look at the timeline that's on slide 17. There's a lot of pre-design work, concept design work, schematic design work, design development that goes in with the user of those facilities, and that's not an over-the-night development process. That takes time, that takes effort, both on our police department on what can stay here, what can shift, but also our architect going back to the drawing board per se and seeing how that can functionally be laid out to be able to be compliant with building code and other standards. So while it may seem as though that has been a long period of time, this is a rather quick period of process to get from A to B and to continue along a process when we actually really engaged back at the beginning of 2024 on this matter.
Thank you, City Manager Rogers. That helps give the context, as this is a decision that was discussed obviously probably before I got on council. But one of the major priorities for me is having a city with public safety and knowing the expansion and hearing about the challenges. There we go. Well, just hearing about the challenges of logistically being able to come over here, have to go back up there, go to Adams County and everything, this makes sense. My thoughts, so I'm as far as the process, I know this is a large dollar amount, but we have to think about how do we invest in our city as we continue to grow. We're only going to grow, especially Northern Range, and public safety is a big priority of mine. The question I have for you, City Manager Rogers, and your team is that, is there a threshold if you can't find $43 million, but you find $35 million? Is that something you have to either reduce costs, or is it all 45 or nothing? I guess that's my big question.
I think it's when you have to, take us out of thinking about a government and how most projects get built in today's world is that you have to look at various capital stacks. You have to look at various sources that can come together that can get you to that 45, right? We have 16 million that's currently appropriated within our CIP. There's nothing saying that we continue as we get various sales tax audits to continue to appropriate that to help shorten that gap. There's also looking at other funding mechanisms, and there's a variety of different funding mechanisms, to bond issuance, to certificates of participation, that help also be able to apply that or the impact fee that we've most recently adopted as well, for every new square foot and every new residential development that can help to pay for annual debt service and/or to help bridge that gap. And I think that's the next step for us would be, what is the capital stack to get us to that 45? Because I think what you're hearing from the chief, he hasn't said this directly, but he and I have talked about this. He's looking at a facility that gets you to 2035.
Yeah.
Based on the projected growth and the percentage of growth that we're seeing year over year in our northern range.
Yeah.
So by reducing the size of the facility, you're also then giving up a potential you're giving up something in order to address the public safety, general welfare for the community that has been requesting and has needed this type of facility there. So, I think from a prioritization standpoint, to us, I'll say it, this comes down to one of the top 3 projects for me internally in order to help support our chief and help support the public safety and general welfare in our northern range, while also having the provision of that service currently in the core city, which will help with response times, help with a number of different other aspects that we've talked about generally over the course of the year.
And with that in mind, with the budget that's currently presented, do you see it going down? Or there's a possibility that it could actually, as you do the design, it could cost less? Or is this the floor and it could go up more?
I trust D2C and what they've done, and just given with costs of where materials at, labor, but also inflation, I doubt within the next foreseeable or in the foreseeable future that we're going to see any cost that will come below the 45, unless you're going to be removing functionally and substantively various components of that facility.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm in favor of the recommendations in this one. Public safety is a critical aspect of the Northern Range, so thanks.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I'm going to start out with a question about finalizing design. So that's an additional 585, which is over $500,000 just to finalize the design. Is that correct?
So that's correct, but to clarify, the numbers for finalizing design as well as the CMGC that you see are included in the larger total as well. So it's not an additional cost on top of the projected $45.7 million.
Right, but it's still money that we would have to spend just to finalize the design. Is that correct?
Correct, that we'd pull from what we've already budgeted.
All right, and is that out of the original 16.9?
It would be out of that original budget, yes.
Okay.
And I do think it's worth highlighting, part of how we got here is, of course, the 2022 costs are drastically lower than what we're experiencing in 2024. But in addition to that, that original estimate only included the building shell. It wasn't a fully fleshed out, designed building that brings you all the services that you need. So that is part of the cost increase that we're looking at.
Oh, when we were first presented that, I wasn't under the assumption that it was just a shell. I wasn't, that wasn't communicated to my thought process. I thought it was for the whole substation, which this is supposed to be. I know at one time they were coming at us with the idea of doing a $90 million justice center, which we just could not justify that kind of expense for a justice center in the north. But thank you for answering that questions. I was also under the assumption that, and it was because it was presented that way, that there was going to be community engagement in this gap period of time. Now I'm seeing here that after the design is finalized, then we would start to engage the community. I feel like that's putting the cart before the horse, definitely. We're doing it backwards. I don't really want to be a naysayer on any of this, but what we're proposing now is going from 25 to 30,000 square feet to something that is 43,350 square feet, which, and with a cost of 2.5 times what the original amount was that was presented, and quite a time lapse. But unfortunately, the public sees those time lapses as being the fault of our council not taking action, which isn't the case. It's a misconception, but that's how the public sees it. And then they see it as our fault as being the rising cost of construction. And I just want to clarify that this is much different than what was originally brought to us. But if we say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? It's still put back on the council, but it's also put back on the council if we go and spend 2.5 times of what we originally thought was going to be the cost, which is ultimately paid for by taxpayer dollars. And so, like I said, I don't want to be a party pooper, but I have some issues with this.
Chief? Well, if I could address a couple of those briefly with regard to the sort of the order of operations on the slide you referenced with the citizen engagement. I agree with you. Community engagement is very important, and to come up with some of the cost estimations, we had to do some of this on the front end, develop a framework and program out the building. But that certainly doesn't mean that all of these things are set in stone. There's a number of different opportunities for public engagement, which D2C mentioned, and while they might appear number 2 on the slide in question, as far as next steps, it certainly doesn't mean we're going to finalize any details before we have that public engagement. And with regard to the size of the building, I was brought on here in March of '23, so I wasn't privy to some of the prior conversations or some of the needs assessments. I will say that one of the things I endeavored to do as soon as I got hired here was look at the growth in the Northern Range, not just from the houses and the certificate of occupancies, but to look at our calls for service data, to look at the number of case reports that we've pulled on a year-over-year basis. And I combined all this data to develop my own growth chart to have a good understanding of the potential for what the Northern Range would look like in 2040 so that I could work backwards and try to set Commerce City PD on a course to provide the best possible public safety in 2040 and to be in a position to do that. And with those program needs, with those things that I discovered along the way, I've been able to meet with D2C regularly for over a year to discuss what that looks like. And some of that is the growth of the police department as well. Between last year and this year, we brought on a CALIA manager, 2 new sergeants positions. We have 2 co-responders that we'll be bringing on, 1 case manager for the co-responder. Next year, we've been authorized by you folks, and I will say again, I value and appreciate your support in this endeavor more than you know, but we'll have 6 full-time real-time crime center techs coming on board. We'll have 2 additional officers for K-9. That's 14 positions in the last 2 years, and as we approach 2040 and the Northern Range grows and the operations that we have to run to support public safety in the north continues to grow, we really looked critically at what our needs would be. I don't know where the 25,000 originally came from. I wasn't part of the conversations with HOK. I will say that, from my perspective, I'm looking at leveraging technology. I'm looking at leveraging every opportunity we possibly can to enhance public safety, both in the south and in the north, and to set us up for the best possible success we can have when we get to 2040 and maybe not need to look at expanding beyond that. Councilmember Dukes, to your question earlier, I don't know that it's an all or nothing scenario. There are things in this substation that I really do want to keep. There's a area for citizen meetings, a meeting room that holds 100 people. That is a great asset to me. Is that a requirement for us to be able to deliver public safety? Probably not, but I think it would be of great use to the community. We have a space on the lower level that someone can say, if you sell something on Facebook Marketplace or one of these other entities, you don't have to worry about meeting in front of the Ace Hardware to find whoever might be trying to buy your thing or rip you off. We have a dedicated space built in on the main level that we're designed to say, come meet at the police department in this area and you can feel safe about your transactions. Is that critical for public safety? I don't think so. I think most of those exchanges, wherever they happen, be it in front of the Ace Hardware or King Soopers, they generally go off without a hitch. So do we really need that? No. But is it something that our community would value? I would suggest that it is. So I do apologize for the large creep that is in the numbers. I can't explain it other than coming on in 23, my own observations, my own research, and my own work with D2C. And I will say the number was even larger than that before we were able to look critically at what operations might stay behind in the Civic Center now that the 6th floor of Adams Tower is going to provide us with a little more space. One of the things we had originally looked at was relocating our entire evidence bureau up north with some of the constraints and some of the opportunities that we'll now have for space here in the Civic Center. We've decided that we can leave that here, but have a much smaller evidence footprint. So one of the inefficiencies that we have now is if an officer collects some form of evidence in the north, they drive all the way down here to book it in, and then they drive all the way back. The longer they have evidence not booked in, the more that evidence might be called into question in court later on. So it's critical that they book the evidence as soon as they can. We're not going to store it at the Northern Range. That's not our intent. But we do have a small area there so they can go in, they can put it in a locker that is evidence compliant, and our evidence techs can come up there and relay that. So we have tried to be thoughtful with the amount of space that we're asking for. I realize it's a great deal more than what was projected. I apologize for that, but that is the best explanation I can give as to how we got where we are.
And make no mistake, my concerns have nothing to do with the job that you are doing. You have made such a mark on this community already, and the community loves you, and that speaks volumes on who you are. I just have to bring up my concerns. Is there any possibility, and again, I don't want to not move forward on something because I don't want to be responsible for increased construction costs going forward from this point. However, is there any way that we can engage the community now before this? And then I heard that the construction wouldn't start until September of '25. Isn't that's going into the winter months starting in September? So again, that might affect a build out starting that late in the year.
If I
I
can call
just don't know
your,
what to do with this.
yeah, if I can call your attention back to the recommendation slide, ma'am. So I don't look at the proceed with finalizing design and starting to engage the community as being mutually exclusive. Those two would happen in parallel. Because obviously the feedback that we get, but I'm just being honest, those two would happen at the same time. Because the feedback that we
Well,
would
that's
get,
good to know.
the feedback that we would get from the community would play into how we would look at the adjustments of this. I mean, it's splattered on pretty much every single slide. Everything is conceptual as you see it on there. How the building looks, probably outside of the floor plan, because as you heard from the chief and as you heard from our architects, we had to start somewhere to be able to meet the operative needs. That being said, how we look at building placement, how we look at building location, how we look at the size of those community rooms and the touch points with the community, all can be refined and finessed that may give us some cost efficiencies or mitigation as we're going through that finalization process. But the longer you take to get to a finalized design, I guess is what we're saying, is that you do not have something that you can point back to on the shelf to be able to take out the bid.
But then it's also difficult to get community engagement from that point because then you're presenting something that has already been basically bought and paid for. So how do you get community engagement on something that's already been decided?
So I'll just be frank. The community is being engaged, but it's not their specialty to design a police substation. It's not my specialty to design a police substation. It's relying on the experts to do so. There are touch points in that process to where the residents or those who will come visit that facility can bring value. And I don't want to create a misconception that they're going to design a building from the brick up with respect to what's effectively going to have to be the need and the use to effectively, for our officers to succeed. So part of that community engagement is going to be more than just informing them of what's going to be there, but it's not going to be a true sense of collaboration, but there will be engagement to get feedback and how that feedback can be the most to make impact for their user and customer experience in that building, just to be honest.
Well, it kind of sounded like doublespeak to me, but I just I don't know what to do with this. I wish that we would have seen something earlier and that it would have been, this is what we'd like to see, and what do you think? Without such a time lapse. And, I've heard before where they think the council is holding back and not taking action, and the cost goes up. So the blame comes back to us when that's not really the situation. But I'm one of 9, so those are my concerns. I've expressed them, and I'll relinquish the floor.
Hey, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. First, have you thought about future expansion? After this building meets its need, is there any room to grow this building on the same footprint, on the same site?
Yeah, we've taken consideration of being able to build out on the second floor, additional space, as well as some shell space within the building. It's a concept that, especially if we cannot get the full square footage built out, to make sure we have expansion within the building. The site is tight, and one of the other expansion areas is around the perimeter. There's some small ancillary buildings, and the storage building, the SWAT building, is part of that plan for future expansion, to the point where Chief was able to identify the things that would never need to be here, that stay either at City Center or Civic Center or somewhere else. There's just small potential expansion needs within this area based on the functionality.
Thank you. I can see, depending on how growth happens over the next 10 years, if we have more growth, it's going to run out of space sooner. Less growth, then maybe it'll last a little longer. The first thing I see when you run out of space is the community room, and that stuff becomes offices. I mean, it's just a fact, is how it's going to work. Our flock system, something that we're looking at investing more into, going to a drone perspective. Is this building set up to where it could house drones on the roof if needed for our northern range?
It is, and we did invite D2C, and they actually came to one of the potential drone vendors' presentations to our command staff so that they could ask the appropriate questions that they need to be able to design this building to be able to facilitate our Drone as First Responder program.
Yeah, I think that when we're going to design something like this, part of my thought sitting here is, okay, in 10 years, maybe it's 15, maybe it's 7, I don't know, when you run out of space and you have to have additional space for the police department. Right now, it's kind of a pinch point for me to make a decision. Are we going to build a big justice center, or are we going to build these type of units in different parts of our city? Because you make this kind of financial investment 10 years down the road, then you have what the space you have here at the Civic Center, you have this northern substation. Is it time for another substation, or do we scrap it all and go to a justice center? And it's trying to make sure we use the money in the best manner possible. And I think it's important that I continue, because we were talking about and it's been a while, about a community center over here at the dog track property. Millions and millions of dollars. I mean, there are those kind of needs throughout our city. It's all about when you have the money and where you put the effort and what is most important. I think that my opinion is that our position, public safety, is the most important thing, most important aspect of our job, to make sure that we provide to our residents a public safety component. Crime has gotten worse. We're seeing more different types of crime than we've ever seen in the city before. I think the drone program is going to be great. But I also know that we need to make sure that our police department has the resources necessary. Now, I just went through a process where I watched this golf course thing and the can get kicked down the road and kicked down the road and kicked down the road. And we ended up, it cost twice as much as what it would have cost if we would have pulled the trigger and got something done. But it's important to me that you come back on a regular basis, give us regular updates as where this is at, any costs that are changing, things of that nature. Because what's frustrating to me as a council member is going a year and a half and then all of a sudden revisiting something and going, oh, now the cost is this. I want to make sure that we're staying on top of it. I know that we have to provide this for our community, and sooner than later, because the costs are only going to go up exponentially. I'm fully supportive of you being able to move forward, and I think it's important that you engage the community at the time that it's necessary to engage the community. I don't build police stations for a living. That's what the folks in this room do, and I want to rely upon the professionals that we hire and that we have on hand to tell us what we need for our community. But I don't want to set an expectation that this is going to take care of things for X amount of time if it's not going to, because that's where you run into problems. And it's not me, because I won't be here. But in 20 years, in 10 years, in 7 years, when our community says, hey, you just talked us into investing in, $50 million into a police substation, and here we are 7 years later, and now you're asking us to do it again. I want to make sure that whatever we communicate to the public, that we do the best we can on identifying when that need will change and when we will have to have more growth within that department. But I think it's very important for the community to know, and Chief, for you to know, I'm 100% behind making sure that our public is safe and that you have what you need to take care of that safety of our public. But I want to be responsible in how we do it, and I want you to have what you need to do it properly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I feel the same way as other council members as well, that I'm in support of public safety and protection, but just the cost. I initially assumed it was a smaller substation when it was first presented, and that we had agreed upon that, but we just were changing the location to some degree, and then to have it brought back at such a high cost. So I'm actually wondering, is there any other way to kind of have tiers to costs, because it's so much so fast on our community? And again, our community does hold us accountable to that just the same. So how can we be absolutely transparent that, yes, we want to put a $45 million substation with your tax money, even giving all these other priorities too, because we end up having to weigh that and have community competing. So I really am concerned with the 45 million. I would be curious if we can see if there's other ways to tier that, whether it's 20 million, whether it's 35 million, something, because even for the Bison Grill to have kind of tiered spaces, it makes them more digestible to say, okay, this is a steady plan. And to Councilmember Ford's point, this is where we can also build on in the future. Because yes, we have a large population, but we're not at that large of a population yet. So I'm really concerned about just that large of a cost. And as those that went on Monday to the Adams County base for the legislative breakfast, the state's already telling us they don't have money and don't ask for them. So I'm concerned about where these funding streams are going to come. I'm concerned about how transparent we're being with community to where we're not holding up the substation. We want that to happen. We wanted it to happen the first time, but these costs just for this is just very large, and there has to be more of a digestible space, because in the end, they're not consumers. These are our constituents, and they're really the ones fitting the entire bill. And there are certain priorities, especially in the next year or so with the new incoming administration, that are going to be issues that, again, are going to have our city torn in different spaces. And I want public safety, of course, but I want to make sure that it's done with absolute transparency to where they know where their tax dollars are going, and they hold all those spaces accountable too.
Thank you. All right. Let me weigh in here. I'm looking at this February 5th, 2024, and it says D2C Architects, Inc. And it has on here estimate 25 to 30,000 square foot facility. Could you tell me how you didn't first approach this square footage and have another option to say, hey, this is what initially was approved by council, February, because the problem I have is you put us in a pinch. Very bad situation. Because the way you present this makes it look like the city did not pull the trigger on a $12,600,000 project. It was never $12,600,000. This never should have been part of this presentation. It should have been based on what you found out today. Okay, you put us in a bad situation. And then for us to approve 25 to 30,000 square foot, that's what you should have came back with. I was on council for 8 years. We had 5 projects in 5 years based on dollar amounts. Okay? How much can we get for $51 million? $38 million. That's how we got the rec center. That's how we got Tower Road improved. Not coming in and then 25, 30,000 square feet say, oh no, we want this. I have not a problem with what the chief wants. That's his job. Not my job. My job is to look at it and see if we can pass in our budget. That's our job. And city manager's job is to find the money. But we're doing it backwards. And that's the process I have, is we talk about community and all that, engagement. I'm sure the community wants this. I want this. I've been living here for over 20 years. I want to see more police officers in our city, not just in the north, all over. And technology, it's in the budget. They're taking advantage of the technology. But to have come up with that kind of money when we have like almost 200 capital improvement projects that we're looking at, and we just had a retreat earlier in the year. Out of that retreat, this came about, the square footage. So I'm asking you guys, not the city, not the chief, how did you guys justify not looking at 25 or 30,000 square foot project?
With all due respect, we did part of the process, and if we need to go back and show some of that work, we were given that original program and asked to scrub it. That's not our work is not the 25,000 square feet, nor did D2C come up with that cost estimate. That was a project cost based on the HOK study, which we found once we started the project was not based on a complete building. It was based on cost per square foot that would only support a tenant fit out. So if we were to renovate this space or parts within this building, that's what that cost would cover. Apologies for work I didn't do, or our team didn't do. Totally feel the struggle here as far as what our job was to do is to come in and check the programming done previously. One exercise was actually to take what could we build for that amount of money, and it was not a functional facility. So the findings were we could not build a substation that would serve the city or the chief's missions for that cost or at that square footage.
So when did you bring up a good point. So when did you figure that out? What part of this was it?
So we've been working throughout this year. We've evolved. In fact, instead of just doing a single program, we actually did three programs. We did a program based on the original 25,000. We did a program based on the total area. Say there was no money, there was no budget if set, and the chief could have whatever he wanted. And then there was where we landed, which was more in the middle, after reconciling true needs and what we could still make use of the tower, Adams Tower, plus here for space for the chief, as he noted. So it's been a back and forth. It's an iterative process. We've interviewed his staff. We've looked at growth measurements. We've looked at, obviously, the cost because of when do you build the facility. Everyone's talked about escalation, but there is still a right time to build, and there is a right process to go through in a public safety facility. It's a big challenge to try to value engineer a police facility because, as you see the color chart, essentially the picture on the screen, you need all of those boxes, all of those colors just to have a functioning facility. You can make each box a little bit smaller And that's where the back and forth goes. Well, how many personnel do we have? How many desks do we need? You know, how many lockers do we need? How many holding cells do we need? And so that process has been back and forth, and we gave the city 3 program sizes to play with and think about with that budget. And this is where we've landed with something that gives back to the potential community engagement piece or community room as an asset to the area. There's future rounds, as has been said, this is not a baked design. Our process does not complete just when we put up and say, this is what you're getting and here's the dollar value. We have to continue to work through finishes. We're always value engineering the design. Can we find a better product, a better cost? That's part of why we want to bring on a general contractor. But you can usually only value engineer about 5 to 10% out of a facility like this before you start cutting actual programmatic elements. And you can look at future build out. You can look at phased projects. Can we build the second floor later? Sure. Can we shell out some spaces and build them out later? Sure. The cost per square foot is going to continue going up that escalation curve. And so the question is, if we need it in the next 7, 10, 15 years, you're still going to be better off paying for it today. It's dollars and growing into it. Like I said, there's some things that, you know, finishes, lockers, some of the technology pieces. Let's make sure we design the facility for those future pieces. Real-time crime center, drones. We've got an EOC space in here. It can be designed to add into and future-proof is how we like to call it, right? Like, let's put in the infrastructure so we can build out these spaces. So back to your question, Mayor, I was not here, our team was not here at the conception of the original program. I think a lot's probably changed in the growth of the city. I think you're not looking at a normal substation from the standpoint of how the city is shaped even. And so you need function that's a little different than, like we've done substations for other communities, just finished one in El Paso County. They don't need justice facilities there. They just really need a stop and drop office, maybe a couple holding cells. You guys need almost a headquarters type of facility up north for these guys to be safe and truly functioning. And so we've designed the substation with that in mind to be future-proofed. And we really want to have a facility that you don't have any questions about and that you can really stand behind.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, that's the kind of detail, and that should have been part of the conversation. That should have been part of the presentation. Not for me to have to do it this way, okay? And then to hear that there was a concept for 25, 30,000 square feet, but that got scrubbed. That should have came back to us to say, hey, that's not gonna work. Can we do this? That should have been the next step, come to council and say, hey, we need add another 15,000 square feet on this, because it's not gonna work. I mean, these are the things that we need to hear. So, you know, like I said, I think this facility is needed. It's the process. That was the problem. City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your comments. I think there's one thing I want to add to the thought process here is that the only formal action that the body took was to go purchase property for this facility. A lot of the discussions that were held in and around this facility happened behind closed doors. And in that, there was even a discussion around that in closed doors to temper expectations that as we went through a more detailed evaluation and design, that it could either grow, change, but functionally, what we heard loud and clear from the direction from that council was to shift from a criminal justice center to a Northern Range substation. And that was the goal and that was the focus. And I have to say this, and I have to be respectful of who I entrust with public safety. We had 3 different voices at 3 different stages at 3 different times that have 3 different views of what's needed for our community in the Northern Range as we continue to grow. I have to respect that as we go so that we can do the job. At the same time, it's difficult on when to pull the trigger on when to come back to you all when I know I don't have all of the answers to give you so that you can make an informed decision. Quite frankly, to me, and whether I'm looking at this through the right rose-colored lens, this is really my first opportunity to get credible and viable feedback from you all on how then to give policy direction to my staff and to the architect to bring something back to you, if that's what you all so choose and need. And we made that comment very clear at the September budget meeting on the 9th that, hey, we've been going through multiple iterative designs of this. The costs are going to be high. We're going to be comfortable then to present what we believe is what we need to, but you all may ask us to go do X, and we shall. But that's the thin line that myself and my staff have to balance ourselves on so that we can get that clear direction back. I will tell you the conversations that we had with the 25,000 square feet. Could we, in hindsight, have come to you and said, that gets us nowhere? Absolutely. But what then do I ask you as next steps? And I think that's what we've been trying to develop, is to get you to that next steps. And I think we've tried to outline the first couple of slides with this presentation of saying the 25,000 at the 12.6 doesn't really work. And we've had to pivot off of that to based off of what the needs are. If that's still too high for you all as a body, then we have to go back underneath that microscope and see what other things can be reduced, that can be removed, and or reimagined at the Civic Center to get that cost down, as you heard from the chief.
No, and I appreciate that. It comes down to finances and, again, a money situation. That's why I brought up public banking, because that would give us a lot of options. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You expressed all of that very well. I have a question for the chief specifically. Thanks. So I'm looking at the things that are being left at the Civic Center versus the items that are that would move to the substation. Let's see, there isn't a page number, so I can't tell you when that is. And what I don't see in the south are normal police investigation things, because we had been informed that there's issues regarding crime in the south, and instead of officers driving up from the north down to the south, now they'll be driving from the north. They'll be going opposite directions. And actually, if there's more crime in the south, why would there be more officers in the north?
Thank you for that. I just want to make sure I understand your question. We're not suggesting that all of patrol move or that our detectives stay or move. Our detectives right now are housed here. There is some space for them, but they will not be all relocating or anything of that nature. So I'm not.
Okay, so the community service officers are the volunteer, non-commissioned, correct?
No, our CSOs are the animal and code
code enforcement?
Police code enforcement folks.
Okay, and school resource officers? Who are you keeping at the Civic Center that would be handling crime in South Commerce City?
We would be keeping all of our Southern Patrol units. Right now, we have our day shift and night shift has units that work to the south and units that are assigned to the north. They're each supervised by a sergeant and their respective teams. So all of those would stay in place. The south ones would operate out of the Civic Center, the north out of the north substation.
Okay, so where it says keep at Civic Center, that would actually be another line that would be included of who's going to be here?
if I could add some clarification, this list are items that were either in the original study or potentially parts of the north substation. They're not, this does not represent everything that stays here at Civic Center, just the parts that were potentially going to go. So it's a full headquarters, still functional facility here. These are just items that can also stay here that don't need to move.
Okay, that isn't clear on this slide.
I apologize, I realize that.
All right.
The list would be very long if we also put in. and
Okay,
we're
so
happy
you're
to do
going
that.
to have a normal station
Fully
here.
functioning, yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, all right, that wasn't coming clear at all. It looked like headquarters was moving to the north, and I would want it to be balanced.
I apologize, ma'am. That's my misunderstanding.
I apologize for misunderstanding the slide and not being clear enough, too. So thank you very much. We're all on the same page now. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Well, I like the idea of planning for the future, and if we got to plan for total build-out on anything we build, and if we would have done that years ago, we wouldn't be in this predicament right now. But, what would be wrong with floating a bond to pay for it?
Just rough back of the napkin, rough back of napkin, 30-year amortization. You're probably looking at somewhere for a $45 million building, $4.5 million annual debt service.
So you're saying you don't think that would be possible?
I mean, it's possible that we'd be able to find sources to help bridge that annual debt service, and obviously we are seeing some growth in our economic development that should help to buoy. You know, we've also seen. You know, with our most recent sales and use tax audit, we've been hovering around $6 million on an annual basis that we've been able to collect from taxes that weren't submitted timely or within the appropriate means to us. So yes, we could be able to bridge that through what we've already appropriated, what we would collect on an annual basis, and also what we're collecting through the impact fee that could help to pay towards this facility, as it's been one of those identified growth, one of the identified growth factors within that assessment. And I think that's where that recommendation was. Let me go do the homework of, if this is the size, if this is the square footage that makes sense for what PD needs, and understanding that this is the cost, okay. Now I can put the other pieces in front of you all in February that actually goes to accomplish that then allows for the more regular updates as we go forward through the design, firming that up, as well as cost and changes and what issues may present itself. If you're still at the stage of, get it, but I'd really like to see police investigations stay at the Civic Center, okay, what does it mean taking 2,734 square feet out of a building? What does that do to change the cost? That's an effort that we have to go back and spend time with the architect. I don't know how long that takes, but that takes time for us to have to go back and do the conceptual changes to the floor plan to come back to you to say, here's the update. But this is where, like I said, for us, where the rubber really starts to hit the ground to get you credible details.
You okay, Councilmember Teeter?
Thank you. Yes.
Appreciate that. Okay, so with recommendations, what you're asking for is you want to come back in January, February, and give us an example of how you're going to pay for this, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if that's possible, when this comes back, will these items have line items prices with them that, you know, hey, this is what this is going to cost for this? It's not about taking anything out, but there has to be costs associated with, because if, what about adding a basement or something like that, I mean, gotta think about the future. So basically, if you add a basement to it, it's a shell. Later on, you can come back and you can program that space. So when you got an opportunity to, and so, I mean, I just kind of playing devil's advocate here.
We've done it before where we've showed the line item per square foot for the various categories. So that doesn't give me any heartburn or pause. I think at that same time, over the course, starting in January, we would like to start getting out into community, start talking about conceptually the uses within the facility that we can get feedback on. I think you heard that, right? That's going to be a critical piece because we will have adjacency to, on two sides to residential. And that's important to be thinking about the visual impacts, the noise impacts, the light and glare impacts. So the community needs to be able to weigh in and say, you know what? I'd really like a berm with trees to help block any potential noise or light and glare. That's going to have an impact on some of the site costs because we may have to go above and beyond than what's just required within the land development code to be able to address some of that.
Okay. Well, you know, we can't vote, but this is just to see how we're going to pay for it. So I'm okay to do that because we don't have that. We don't have the way that we're going to pay this back, what that's going to be like. So I'm okay with the recommendations of coming back in January and February at a retreat and seeing how this is going to be paid for.
We can do that.
Councilmember Dukes.
Just want to echo that. This is a great discussion, and this is one of those principle-driven leadership decisions, right? Where I value public safety. We can't nickel and dime public safety for the safety of our police force. You presented to us tonight with a design that says this is the best thinking you have available at this moment based on the needs, what you heard. And then now it's up to you as city manager to say, here's how we're going to do some financing possibilities at the best way to get this project accomplished. Again, as we grow, as we think about the residents, as we think about public safety, we can't nickel and dime our residents. The other big piece I want to make clear, what I'm hearing today, City Manager Rogers, is that this is not all, this is a mix of funding that will be used, from sales and use tax to impact fees to possible other scenarios. And it's not just taxpayers, like we hear this broad terms, all taxpayers are paying. That's not what we're saying. It's a mix of, and you might even look at private partnerships, correct? Is that a mix of all that?
I think we're going to look at any and all sources that could help to fill the gap for where we stand.
And then be able to share with us. As far as a line item, what I don't want us to get into as a body is begin to, because we've seen this with prior projects, we start line item and we start nickel and diming here and we start cutting corners and then it just further delays this project. And I can't, in good faith, sit up here and start a discussion and not have a project delivered 3 or 4 years from now. And so I honestly would recommend not having a discussion around each line item of the project. Rather, I would prefer a discussion around how you see fit is the best way to pay for the project with the least burden to our residents. And I trust in you and your team to figure that out.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I trust that also, but the mayor made that request, and I would like to honor the mayor's request.
All right, what else? What do you need, City Manager Rogers?
So if we can go back to, if you would like us to hold off on finalizing design, I mean, obviously, there's a discussion next Monday about the tentative dates of January 31st, February 1st for finalizing design. I'm looking to our architects. I don't think that that's a critical point that we have to do right now, which we can gain direction at that meeting or consensus at that meeting when we present you the funding options. Because I think once we kind of know this is the right square peg and the right square hole for the size, we can then work efficiently and expediently to getting back to them to take that next step. And I then think we can then start to engage with them there. So maybe I'll change the recommendation to, let's go to the last one first. Let's get you the capital stacking for funding mechanisms, and bring that to the winter retreat. And then out of the winter retreat, we can then re-engage on 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Councilmember Cheatham, you're okay with that? Yes. Councilmember Douglas, are you okay? Are you okay with the retreat? Councilmember Ford? Yep. Councilmember Dukes? Yep. Councilmember Chacon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble? Yes, sir. Okay, and I'm good with that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, answering the questions and your presentation. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Appreciate it. All right, on to the last one here. Report, City Manager Rogers, weekly report.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things that I'd like to share with you. Obviously, Councilmember Ford had made a request at our last regular meeting about a report on 68th and Albion. We have started working on that in earnest. Just want to share with you a couple of things that you will find within that when it is ready to come forward to you. Like I said, there's a lot of information that you will find to have a number of different components, both from PD and Public Works. So for instance, looking at the information of the summit that was held at the end of 2023 and the targeted enforcement action that occurred with respect to that, talking about signage with respect to PD traffic, our new motor vehicle unit and the level of certification inspections and what we've completed in Adams Heights, getting data from the poll cameras that we most recently received and were able to get up and are now functioning within the Adams Heights neighborhood as of last Tuesday. Thinking about what we've done within 68th Avenue with speed humps and what we're giving considerations to with other improvements, what other improvements we've done to 68th and Colorado, speed tests. Once again, this is not the full list, but just to give you a sampling of the things that we've identified. We're also going to give you what we've spent year to date with respect to all of these matters so that you can also not just see the level of effort that we put into it, but also the costs associated behind those efforts over the last year and a half to 2. As I do on an annual basis at the end of the year, community development, I think it's just important to appreciate where we stand with residential development in our community, given that that's been a topic of interest. Year to date, we're sitting at about 715 certificates of occupancies issued. The going rate is around 3 residents per home based on census, so that's 2,100 new people. When you look at this, the rough math, in 2023, we did around 781 for the year, and in 2022, we did 1,085 COs issued. For the number of permits, we're currently sitting at 572 issued. In 2023, we were at 788 residential permits, and in 2022, we were at 961 residential permits. With respect to Public Works, where construction's continuing along the Colorado Boulevard, we're working on storm sewer curb for the northbound lane, and the connection to the to the water services main line was made. We're still on track for that project to end. With PRG, our winter activity guide has been released to the community both in English and Spanish. We got a couple events coming up on December 20th, a cookie decorating class for all, but we also have breakfast burrito bingo for our active adult community as well on December 20th. For PD, we've got Shop with a Cop event that will be held at Walmart this Saturday, December 14th. Once again, goal is to be able to help 40 children within our community. We've got Operation North Pole Patrol, which is also going to be held the following Friday, December 20th. And then our PD will also be participating in Platte Valley Hospital's Festival of Trees by decorating and donating a tree to help raise money. You heard a little bit earlier today with our PRG staff, but want to make you aware, flock camera system is going to be expanded into Pioneer Park, which should have a considerable positive impact on safety in the park. Last but not least, I know we had a rather robust conversation on 3 grant contracts at a most recent regular meeting. The decision was to move forward with one grant service writer. What I want to provide you is an update on how we intend to expend the remaining dollars before the end of the year. One of that is potentially looking to cover the revenue, not the revenues, the salaries of our existing grant manager, which is a considerable amount. So that way it frees up our grant, it actually frees up our general fund money to potentially hire a term limited position that would help Jenny Panicello in being able to assist grants, and that would be for a 2-year period. I think a term limited position puts us in a position to where we give some certainty about grants within what we know and understand within the short-term future, but also certainty to the individual who may be successful about what to anticipate of how the city's going to be able to move forward. We're also looking at expending some of those grant dollars potentially with some of our housing and livability or emergency rental assistance programs. But that will become more clear as we go forward over the course of the next, I'll call it couple of weeks going into the new year, but understanding that using grant dollars to help support Jenny, which frees up existing general fund dollars so that we can potentially hire a term limited so that we can actually continue to help get through some of these grant applications that we know will be available through the year for us next year. And with that, Mayor, I'm sorry, my one last item. Thank you to the community that came out last Wednesday for the tree lighting event. We initially only anticipated 500 participants. We came in somewhere well over 700, closer to 850. That event grows every year. So thank you to the community for coming out and joining in the Yuletide fun.
Attorney Zarzaki.
I'll be very brief, Mayor, but this conversation came up in the DEI presentation, so I wanted council to hear it from me first person. So it has become clear that this expands beyond just the DEI Commission. There are a couple of other committees. EPAC is one that comes to mind. Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee comes to mind as well, where we've heard some commission members or committee members aren't entirely clear of their authority or the scope of what they're supposed to do. So I wanted you to know, with that feedback, I have assigned an attorney to every board, commission, and committee, and I've asked them to reach out specifically to the staff liaison as well as to the respective board chair, just clarifying that we are here for them. If there are any questions about scopes, authorities, et cetera, that is our job. That's within our scope. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. On the council's report, I'm going to do this first here. Wednesday, December 4th, AC Rep Annual Legislative Breakfast. Myself and Councilmember Douglas attended that, along with City Manager and City Attorney's Office was there as well. I did even Dr. Cog Board Workshop meeting, and then we had our holiday tree lights, but I really appreciate the public coming out and especially giving back to community. That was a very great turnout. Thursday, did the East 64th Corridor study along with Councilmember Teeter and Councilmember Dukes and Councilmember Douglas. And then Friday was CML policy meeting, which had had a lot of criminal justice items on there, which they scratched for later on. They talked about manufacturing, housing, construction, wildfire notice, And one they had, it's called Yes in God's Backyard. So that was only informational. I can send this out to the city manager, and I'll make sure everybody gets a copy of what was on the CML Policy Committee. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, really quick. Thanks to our residents that came out, and thanks to our staff that put that event on because it was phenomenal. The staff did a great job, so thank you. And the last thing that I have is good luck to the city manager and Scout tomorrow.
Councilmember Cheater.
Yeah, I'll be meeting with Mr. Peter Wall and Nick Galen here in the near future. And I would like to commend the city for staff for putting together that Christmas tree lighting. I believe it was better than last year. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was a wonderful tree lighting event, and unfortunately, I couldn't stay for the whole time because I went over to the Cultivando celebration, and I was privileged to receive recognition from Cultivando about strengthening the relationship between Commerce City and their community. So that was quite a wonderful surprise and experience, but I am delighted to share it with Alondra Gonzalez Carrillo, who works for Commerce City, and unfortunately, she was not able to attend the event because she was, of course, working the tree lighting event on Wednesday night. So I truly appreciate Alondra as much as Cultivando does. And secondly, I went to Contour Estates on Saturday, and it was really quite a heartbreaking experience. We all need to think seriously about this. These are affordable housing units. These are seniors. They have, or disabled, they are on very fixed incomes. They are the definition of fixed income. Affordable housing still has rent increases. The 12% rent increase is very harmful to many of these residents. Some only had $60 left for the entire month after paying. So whatever money that Mr. Rogers was talking about earlier that is going to be moved over to rental, we need to really think about folks like that who are facing really difficult circumstances, and what, if anything, we can do to help these residents who are in affordable housing. This is not Section 8 or something like that. Affordable housing means that it's still tied to the median income. So it is quite a problem, and maybe we need to see what we can do on the state level about the preemption on rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a minute and a half. Councilmember Dukes.
Just quickly, I was at the 64th expansion conversation the other night. Buffalo Run Ugly Sweater. I was the Christmas tree, so it was a really ugly sweater. Hope you guys seen that. And then I'll be attending a mock congressional hearing at Adams City High School tomorrow for the students. And I was at the tree lighting. So thanks again for the staff for doing the tree lighting. It was a great event.
Thank you.
I'll be at the mock event too.
And City Manager Rogers, good luck with your family.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. I also want to thank the Scouts for playing at the lighting event as well, and the carolers, and just, it was fantastic, and love the LED lights all along the, was it Victory Crossing Road, leads up to the stadium. Very nice. All right. With that, well, wait, I still got 30 seconds. Anybody want to say anything else?
Yes, I do.
Councilmember Douglas, you got 30 seconds.
The lighting is beautiful. Great job to everyone. Much appreciated. But we have to look into this problem of unaffordable housing. It is real, and it's killing people.
All right, I can give you 10 seconds. All right, we're adjourned.